right, if we can go ahead and start taking our seats. Taking our seats and also closing the back doors, if we could take care of that, that'd be great. All right, let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order, March 24th, 2026, at 6 o'clock. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted with a telephone call, that would be great. So please silence those cell phones. Thank you so much. Mr. Alfred, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harton?
Here. Our invocation this evening is going to be given by Apostle John Mohorn from Word of Living God. Can we all please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance? Pastor?
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you, Jesus. Our God, our Father, again, we come before thy presence with thanksgiving, for you have instructed us to pray for those that stand in leadership. But God, we always pray for you first. We honor your holy and your righteous name. We thank you for sustaining us. We thank you for blessing us. We thank you, God, for your pure agape love that you have smiled upon us. And now, God, we pray for the great mayor, our great city commission, our great city, God, that you will continue blessing us, overrule with your divine peace, your divine joy, your divine protection. You said in Matthew 19:26, with men it's impossible, but with God all things are possible. So, Father, we look to you to work out our situation. We look to you for help. And God, we know it's in your name, Jesus. And you say, whosoever call on that name shall be saved. Help our community, God, as we pray over it. Help our great city. We pray for our great state. We pray for our great country. We all need you, Lord. And as David said it best, if it had not been for the Lord who has been on our side. And we know you've been there, God, but with you, we can decree and declare that the best is yet to come. So I pray unity upon our great city, upon every community. God, if you would just breathe on us, if you would just touch us, God, whatever you do, it'll be sufficient. We can't make it without you. Surely you are the vine and we are the branch, and the branch can't do nothing without the vine. So I pray divine unity upon this diocese. God, that you will keep them in one spirit, that you will keep them on one accord for the better of the peoples in this great city, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of March the 10th, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this evening, we will be adding a staff presentation directly after proclamations. So staff presentation directly after the proclamations. Mr. Harrison, any other changes to our agenda?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
Mayor, what is the presentation?
It's Ty Tabing. He wants to present something concerning Jazz Fest, I believe.
Thank you. So moved.
Very good.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this evening, we're going to be pulling items 1, 2, and 3 for individual discussion. So 1, 2, and 3 are getting pulled. So item 4 will be eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. So 1, 2, and 3 will be pulled. Thank you. All right, takes us up to proclamations. We got 2 this evening, one for World Landscape Architecture Month and one for Financial Literacy Month. So I'll be right over there at the side. Let's see, Jordan Chang from Broward, Chair of the American Society of Landscape Architects, Florida chapter, will be meeting me right over here. Okay.
How are you? Stay over here. Thanks for being here.
It's a lot. Well, that's financial literacy. Here we go. All right. Whereas landscape architecture encompasses the analysis, planning, design, and stewardship of the natural and built environment, translating vision into action to shape places that are healthy, safe, and resilient. And whereas Wednesday, April 1st, 2026 is recognized as Professional Landscape Architecture Day, celebrating the licensed professionals whose expertise in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, is essential to the infrastructure and quality of life in the city of Pompano Beach. And whereas, as the United States approaches America 250, we recognize that landscape architects have historically shaped and continue to steward the American landscape, creating places that embody democratic values and cultural heritage, excuse me, and advance opportunities for future generations. And whereas the licensed practice of landscape architecture is a critical safeguard for public health, safety, and welfare, ensuring that outdoor environments from therapeutic gardens and playgrounds to complex stormwater and transportation systems are designed with technical rigor and ethical responsibility. And whereas landscape architects are uniquely qualified to address a changing climate through resilient and sustainable green infrastructure design strategies that restore ecosystems, mitigate environmental hazards, and reduce the long-term financial burden of disaster recovery on state and local governments. And whereas the economy of the city of Pompano Beach is strengthened by the work of licensed landscape architects and the accredited programs at Florida International University and the University of Florida, who together foster tourism, economic development, and environmental protection. And that now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor, on behalf of the City Commission and residents of the City of Pompano Beach, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Landscape Architecture Month, and Wednesday, April 4th, 2026 as Professional Landscape Architecture PLA Day, calling upon all citizens to celebrate landscape architecture and the essential role landscape architects play in shaping a resilient, safe, and enduring American landscape as we move toward America 250. Done this 24th day of March 2026. Rex Harden, Mayor. Thank you so much for all you do and making our environment a more humble place and habitable. Like, care to say a few words? Go ahead.
Thank you for the proclamation. My name's Jordan Chang. I'm here representing the American Society of Landscape Architects. And yeah, I'm very grateful for the proclamation and look forward to continuing to work in Broward County and Pompano Beach.
Very good.
Thank
you
you
so much. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Let's see. Oops. She has okay. She has one. Okay. Here we go. Good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Next, we have Financial Literacy Month proclamation. Here we go. Ms. Furtado. All right. Whereas financial literacy, understanding the basics of money management to help make better financial choices, and effectively applying those financial skills in budgeting, spending responsibly, credit management, saving, investing, and retirement planning is essential for individuals and families to achieve financial stability and long-term economic security. And whereas national research continues to indicate points of concern for how many Americans lack basic essential skills and knowledge to be able to make informed and effective decisions with their personal finances. And whereas financial stress can negatively affect individuals, families, and workplaces, contributing to health challenges, reduced productivity, and economic instability. And whereas Financial Literacy Month, observed nationally each April, highlights the importance of financial education and encourages Americans of all ages to develop and maintain sound financial habits. And whereas financial education empowers residents to make informed decisions, reduce debt, build savings, avoid fraud and scams, and prepare for important milestones such as higher education, home ownership, entrepreneurship, and retirement. And whereas improved financial literacy promotes economic mobility by helping individuals access workforce opportunities, build assets, and contribute to stronger and more resilient local economies. And whereas financial institutions, nonprofit organizations, and community partners observe Financial Literacy Month by offering free workshops, educational resources, and outreach initiatives that promote lifelong financial capability. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach recognizes that expanding access to financial education strengthens household stability, supports career and business advancement, and enables residents to participate fully in the economic growth of the community. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the City Commission and residents, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Financial Literacy Month, to raise public awareness about the importance of financial literacy in the City of Pompano Beach, and to encourage residents, businesses, educators, financial institutions, and community organizations to recognize the importance of financial education and support programs that help individuals and families build financial security and expand economic opportunity. Done this 24th day of March 2026. Rex Harden, Mayor. Ms. Furtado, thank you so much for what you do for our city, but would you care to say a few words about Financial Literacy Month?
Thanks, Mayor Arden. I am honored to accept the proclamation and affirm the city's commitment to promoting financial literacy, empowering our community, and strengthening long-term economic well-being for all our residents. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Photo op here. Okay, now it happened. We got a picture of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. All right. Now we move on to staff presentation. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Taving.
Okay, good evening. I'm Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director, and I am here tonight to raise awareness and hopefully generate some enthusiasm for the 5th anniversary of our Jazz Fest, which will be April 18th and 19th at the beach. This will be our 3rd year at the beach, and one of the key messages is this is a free festival. 99.9% of the people who attend will be attending free of charge. We have sold some VIP tickets, which I'll talk about a little bit, but like I said, more than anything, this is a free event sponsored by the City of Pompano Beach with sponsors Champion Porsche, and also we have received a grant from the County Cultural Division as a sign of this being a cultural happening in Broward County, and we're very proud of that. So just a couple of brief slides to get folks excited. So you may have seen that commercial. It's been airing on various TV channels the last few weeks. And there's some key messages that I just want to bring to your attention. This will be the first year that the Jazz Fest has been in April. The first 4 years, we were doing it in January. We've experienced some cold weather the last couple years, which prompted the move to April. And in years past, we were doing the festival on a Friday and a Saturday. We've moved the event to a Saturday and Sunday, hoping to attract a larger audience and capture people when they have days off. The evenings really start at 5 p.m. The great news is that the local stage will start at 1 o'clock on Saturday and at noon on Sunday. We really want to encourage people to kind of make a slow roll in, be ready for the 5 o'clock start at the headline stages, but kind of come at your leisure, trying to avoid some of the congestion and parking issues that invariably surface with events at the beach. The food and bar gets going at 3 o'clock. All of the vendors are local vendors. They come from the fishing village in nearby proximity to where our event will be taking place. And we really encourage people to bring chairs, coolers, blankets, all the stuff that you need for a day at the beach, because we're not providing much except for great music and a great time. We'll have artists, our artists in residence will be there showing off their wares. But the key message is we encourage people to take ride share, take Uber and Lyft. Parking challenges are expected, so please take ride share. Just a little bit of information about who's playing. As I mentioned, the local stage on Saturday gets going with those acts. And then in the evening, Kim Scott, Richard Elliott, and Brian Culbertson. He's kind of the most well-known of all of our performers. And we'll be closing things down Saturday evening. Sunday, the local stage, as I mentioned, will start at noon. And then we'll have the Purple Project, which is a reinterpretation of Prince's album with a jazz genre. So we're excited about that. And then Walter Beasley gets going, and Ghost Note closes it out Sunday evening. We wrap up Saturday at 11 p.m. and Sunday at 10 p.m. We have merch. Please check out our website. All of those items are for sale. That's our wonderful department head secretary, Michelle Owens, who's here tonight, modeling the bucket hat. Michelle, can you wave out there? Okay. So take a look at those. And again, we just want people to come out. It's a great time, a great celebration of all that Pompano Beach has become. This is our biggest event of the year, and hopefully we will see you there. We encourage you to follow us on Pompano Beach Arts in the event of any kind of real-time information that needs to be shared during the event, so you can stay current.
Cunningham, Kim Scott, Walter Beasley, and so many other talented local artists as well. Now, I don't know about nobody else, but we gonna be there funking it up. All right, I would love to see everybody there. Come on out, y'all. Peace.
Yeah, if you follow us on Pompano Beach Arts, all of the performing artists have been doing shout-outs, which are pretty fun. So again, I hope to see you on April 18th and 19th. We're just south of the Fisher Pier, and look forward to a great weekend. So thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate that. Excellent weekend. Always is. Always a good time. Always good crowds. Thank you so much. Look forward to it. All right. That takes us up to, let's see, audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard this evening, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 11 speakers.
Okay.
First speaker, Christina Verguts, followed by Ed Phillips, followed by Mary Phillips, followed by Pamela Simmons. Christina?
Oh, the center over here. And just name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Christine Vierguts, and I live at 1108 West Cypress Drive in Pompano Beach. It's in Palmer. I came to this meeting to express my dissatisfaction with the ongoing condition of the pavement following a hydraulic fluid leak from a garbage truck this past December. The spill spans from the entrance of Cypress Estates to West Cypress Drive and to a lesser degree East Cypress Drive. My neighbor at 1109 initially reported this to the Environmental Department and to Coastal Waste Management. We have a claim number 2512-0117. Yet the stains persist. Furthermore, an unpleasant odor continues to emanate from the pavement, particularly after rainfall. Despite multiple attempts by cleanup crews to treat the area, the results remain unacceptable. These lingering oil stains and odors are not only an eyesore, but are also negatively impacting the aesthetic standards and property values of our community. I urge you to conduct a personal inspection of the site to see that the current environmentally friendly sprays have failed to fully remediate the damage. I would like to know what additional steps you plan to take to restore our streets to their original state. I look forward to your prompt response and a definitive solution. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for that. I know that Mr. Ketchum has been dealing with this, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Ketchum. Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, all volunteers and representatives, Adele, please come forward, who have been actively involved with Tiger Trail. We have about 30 to 40 volunteers. All of them aren't here for various reasons, but you'll see that there's a significant number of folks. We have a film to be played. Are we going to do that now? Before I go into this, just 30 seconds, Mayor.
So you've got a video that's going to play. It's already been reviewed by
Yes. Yeah. They wouldn't have it any other way. Mayor, while that's going, I'm going to say history would judge us not during the moments of comfort and convenience, during the times of challenges and controversy where we stood. Mayor, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this city for standing firm with Black History Month and all the activities that we have brought about. Contrary to folks' opinion, Tiger Trail Festival and its volunteers and its sponsors, we actually raise money. All the money does not come from the city. Some folks seem to think that all the money that we raise comes from the city. It does not. I am happy to report to you, Mayor, because of the sponsorship with the city and a number of other folks, we raised $92,000 for Tiger Trail Festival. In my neighborhood, Mayor, that is extremely successful feat, but I also have to tell you, is an extremely difficult feat. And so I'd like to take this time to thank the volunteers, the people present for understanding the mission that Black history is American history, but I have to also say thank you to the commissioners. I have to say Commissioner Eden has shown up to all of the galas. Allison has shown up to most of the galas. Darlene has showed up to a lot of the galas. The mayor has been to all of the galas. So, and I must say this, that even though some of you have not attended the galas, you allowed us to put your names on the stationery. And I've always been told that if you do not actively work against us, you must be for us. And having said that, contrary to popular opinion, I have to say this. I need to say thank you to the city manager, who has been an ardent supporter, Daryl Starling, Earl Bosworth, Ty, who has stepped up to the plate from Cultural Arts Building, and all the people who are affiliated with us and the city staff. The city manager once told me, he says, Ed, he said, I don't show up personally, but if my staff shows up, I'm there. And guess what? It took a long time for that to sink. But thank you, city manager, for allowing the staff to show up. And I got to close by saying this. There's a lot of stuff that goes on up here. But be aware that what we try to do during Black History Month, and you've seen this, is to ensure the spirit of inclusion. Y'all can fight all you want to, but when it comes to the spirit of inclusion, we like seeing you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers for their participation, and thank you, Mr. Phillips, for your spearheading things for so many years. I know you didn't share everything this year. You're passing the baton, which that's very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Mr. Phillips, I just want to say congratulations to you and your team for raising so much money. I am sorry I could not attend this year, but it fell on my birthday, so so unfortunately I was unable to go, but I definitely support you in all of your endeavors. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Miss, deputies? Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to please, just, sir, please, if there's an issue, we've got deputies here, so they will handle it. But please, sir, thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mary Phillips. I live at 384 Northwest 19th Street in Pompano Beach. And I would just like to make the community aware that we're going to have a South Florida grant writing workshop for 2026 right here in Pompano Beach. I have two very, very experienced individuals who will be presenting this workshop. That's Marie Emanuel. She actually has written grants for Broward County School Board, so she's very, very knowledgeable. And Gregory Mitchell, with a lot of people in this community, is aware of him. He works with churches, nonprofits, and for-profits. This workshop is tailored for nonprofits, for-profits, and churches, featuring these particular industry experts. And we encourage you, if you want a grant, because there are grants out there for businesses. There are even grants for churches. Some churches don't think that they could get money, but they can. And so they're going to be providing them with the information that they need to apply for grants effectively so that they could get funded. So it's all about getting your funding, all right? So if you can just pass the word, they can go to my website, smallbizinfo.net, if they would like to participate in it. It is being presented on Facebook, so if those of you who are my friends on Facebook, you can see the information there. And please, if you know somebody who needs money for their nonprofit or for their business, please send them, suggest that they go to the workshop. They're going to get a lot of information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Pamela Simmons, 1130 Northwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. I have a nonprofit, Women Walking with a Vision Network, Inc. This month is Women's History Month, and I'm inviting the ladies here on the dais, including you men's. We're having a march from we're having a march, and it's kind of touching because, you know, this is Women's History Month, and we don't see too many women encouraging and motivating each other. So this walk means a lot to me, and the theme is speaking to the whole woman, and it's March 28, 2026, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm asking you to come join us for a powerful day of empowerment, unity, and a purpose for all women. It's going to be inspirational speakers, community walk, where we will march from Mitchell Moore to Apollo Park. And my purpose is this: to build powerful and supportive network, working and walking boldly with the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
I look forward to this every year, speaking to the whole woman. It is an awesome event, which we start at Mitchell Moore walking at 9 in the morning, and we end at Apollo Park. It's a very, very good event, especially for us women to hear some of the inspiring speakers that she have every year. So thank you so much, Pam Simmons, for putting this together. And I look forward to it. I'll be there.
There you go. All right, next speaker.
Roderick Phillips, followed by Tamara Taylor, followed by Mary Joseph, followed by Michael Seversky. Roderick Phillips.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Well, I'm here on behalf of the lost and the not found, the indigent, the homeless, the mentally ill, the disfranchised, the people that no one wants to be dealing with. But we see them every day. Last week, I think I mentioned to Allison and Darlene that these people are in my community, the Northwest section, which is Beverly Perkins community. She see them every day. She been seeing them every day for the past 8 years. And unfortunately, nothing seems to be able to be done about it. They still homeless. They still walking around. We could send billions and trillions of dollars of American money to another country, but we can't send $100 to help a person get off crack or get off cocaine. We could send money all over the world, the present administration, and we could build gyms for $900,000 or maybe $1 million, but we can't help the homeless. Or we can house the homeless, however you want to put it. There's something, there's an atmosphere going on in this country where we have lost sight on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm not happy no more. I was happy. Gas is high. Imagine I'm catching hell. What you think the homeless doing? They catching more hell. Is anybody concerned about them? Of course not. We got the homeless advocate, Cassandra Rett. She's out there doing what she can do. BSO can't do too much, but they got time to kick people in the head and beat people down in our out of our city. That's from our city. And then we have the city of Pompano not doing anything about it, or really not caring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Taylor, 610 Northwest 30th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I am here tonight speaking on the incident that took place at 920 Northwest 8th Avenue on January 13th, where my son was kicked repeatedly by BSO, a member of the BSO team. I'm here for accountability. Since January 13th, I haven't heard anything besides Gregory Tony speaking out to my family on February 28th. On January 18th, also in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it was a 6-year-old boy stomping on a duck head, and there was a $5,000 reward put out. Yet I'm still sitting here waiting on answers from my son being kicked repeatedly by members of the BSO team. Because of this matter being up under investigation, I will be respectful, as I have been for day one. Then on March 3rd, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Christopher Newkirk was also beat. You have 2 families sitting here hurting, one in Pompano Beach, one in Fort Lauderdale. No officers have been held accountable. My son had charges placed on him that he wasn't even able to attend my aunt's funeral because your officers are still working every day while my son is suffering. When would I get the justice and the answers that I need? I am tired of being humble. I am tired of hearing it's upon investigation. What do I do from here? These officers clock in every day. Their life have not stopped. My son have not been the same. To hear me tell him that my aunt died and the judge denied him because they feel he's an animal, but yet we have a felon representing our country. I want justice. I demand justice. I'm tired. When would the city of Pompano Beach give me the justice that I need? Because BSO is not giving it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, I can take some.
I was just going to ask Major Elwood, do you have any update to add, or is it still under investigation on this matter?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. You know, I can't speak any more eloquently than I think the sheriff spoke when he was here that evening. It is an active investigation. It has gone to the Use of Force Board. The Use of Force Board sent it back to Internal Affairs for some additional information. They've done that, and it's now going to the Professional Standards Committee. That is the process. They will make a decision on the outcome of the investigation, and then the sheriff, as he spoke here, said that he'll make the final decision once he reviews that. And that's where we're at with it.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Mary Joseph, and I'm also here to speak on the police brutality in these communities. I'm sure most of you have saw the videos, especially the brutal beating of Christopher Newkirk. I couldn't even watch the video. It was so disturbing. All I saw was evil, hatred, racism. That's what I saw, because that was brutal beating for someone that did nothing but get stopped for dark tints. That's what he got stopped for, pulled over for dark tints. And they kicked him and beat him like that. They kicked 4 of his teeth out of his mouth.
They broke, and right now he's in jail with all this broke. He did not see a doctor yet. They took him from the refinement, the floor. So
Ma'am,
now he's not getting no medicine.
we can't hear you.
So now he's not getting no medicine. His bone's still broken. His knees,
Eye socket.
his head, his socket. They kicked 3 of his tooth out his mouth. 4 tooth out his mouth. And one of the sergeants from the city of North Lauderdale, he told me that the officers did that to my father because they told me I don't see the size how big my father is. But I feel like size shouldn't matter or nothing, and just not because he's my father, that shouldn't happen to anyone else. And I just feel like with them doing their job, I just feel like it never have to lead into you guys like beating someone, like especially like just beating. Like
They shouldn't be officers.
I just feel like you guys they have tasers, they have so many things to use instead of just putting their hands and personally just beating on someone and then kicking, and then especially with someone who didn't resist or hit and do anything, follow all protocols. That is even crazy. And every night sometimes I'm fear of the police now that thing happened to my dad. Like I don't even feel safe like that happened to my father. Like I don't even know who I would call if I'm in trouble. I don't know what they would do.
Don't call the police, because
I don't know what they would do.
And my thing also is, I feel like they are just shuffling these officers around. They do one thing in one community, and they just move them to another community, and then they do something in that community. So my thing, if it was addressed in the first community, this wouldn't happen in somebody else's community. These officers would be gone out of the system.
And the same officer that did it to Taylor is the same officer that happened incident with my father.
And that wouldn't have happened if he would have got.
And I just want to also input, we put our hand over our heart and we say justice for all, but what do justice really look like when we saying the pledge? Because we're not getting the justice for all.
And nobody's saying anything.
Understood. Ma'am,
We are voters.
ma'am, excuse me, and can we get your name for the record? Name and
Rochelle Newkirk.
Okay, thank you.
His only daughter.
Okay, very good. Thank
Mayor?
you. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, are they saying that the incident that happened on Northwest 8th Avenue where the young man, Taylor, was kicked was the same officer involved in the same officer?
Yes. The same officer that was with the car.
Okay, thank you, that was my question.
Very good. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good. Major, anything to add?
That's not accurate, Mayor. That deputy's on administrative leave. Was not working in North Lauderdale.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, we got to maintain order here. Let the major speak. Thank you.
Commissioner, I can assure you that's not the same deputy. The deputy was not working in North Lauderdale at all. He's been in Pompano, and he's been on administrative leave.
Okay, so you're saying that the officer that was involved in the incident here on Northwest 8th Avenue is on administrative leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He has not worked anywhere other than Pompano. He's not in North Lauderdale. I can tell you that for sure.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Seversky, followed by Brandy Zabadal.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I sent you guys some photos of the senior center. You got the one walkway in the very corner. I don't know who put this together, whose idea this was, and I sent to you the information. You really need to measure it. You need to cut it into thirds, and you need one more walkway to the far left, because like I've stated before, you have a lot of, well, first of all, these people are handicapped, a lot of them, and they're elderly. So you must put a walkway to the left or to the south in a third. Let her measure it. I think I could trust her over any engineer we have. Let her do the measuring. I don't trust any of these characters you have over here or in engineering. It's very easy to divide something into three, and I'm not sure if they know how to do it. And that's all you need, period. So this way, when they come in, they don't have to try to cut through the grass. I've already had to help somebody before, and it's not fair to them. Now, the next thing. I've become aware of what's going on in the Northwest area. This is what we're paying. Lotus Mindset, across the street over here for this disaster, this new, what you want to do over here. We're paying them $150,000 a year. I do not know what they're doing. Roca Point, we are actually paying them $9,617.82 a day. If somebody from Roca Point is here, I would like to know what they did today to get the $9,600. Then our favorite, the cream of the crop, RMA. We are paying them $1,333.90 or $669.51 a week. The total we are paying these three companies is almost $3 million in your district. And what are they doing? What are they doing to make this $3 million? And I bet at least 95% of the people that work for these companies are my color, or actually the color of my butt. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it. So what I would like to know, because people tell me, you're the only one that has true leadership. One of you say, I want RMA to get up here in front of everybody and tell them what they did for today to earn $1,333.90. Or Roca Point, $9617.82 for the day. That's what they get paid on a daily basis. Have them come in, or if there is somebody from RMA here now, let them get the heck up here and explain the situation on how they're screwing us big time, and they've been doing it for years.
Very well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from the applause. Vice Mayor?
So I did take a look at the senior center and at the pictures that were sent, and I agree with Mr. Skaversky on this. There's a grass and landscaping, but there's not a lot of like walkways or access from the parking. Mr. Harrison, are we looking into that? I know there was a little issue with this at Youth Sports Complex when it first was built, and everyone was using the facility one way, and we had to modify some of the walkways. Are we doing the same thing at the senior center to see if there's additional walkways that can be added?
Yes, ma'am.
When will we have an answer on whether we're going to do something there?
I'm not sure this second, but I will make sure that we get back to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
As I have stated earlier or in several meetings, we have quite a few issues at the senior center, and it's only, I guess, about 3 years old or less. And from the beginning, it was not built correctly because, of course, we had to add a new parking lot in the front of the senior center to accommodate those seniors. And now we're talking about walkways. And these are some of the things that happen when it's built in the Northwest. A lot of art and putting it together, it's not done properly. So I've been talking about some of the issues as far as pressure cleaning the front of the facility on a regular basis. It's not that old, but it looks very rundown, and we need to give it more attention. I do know that we have funds put away for 2027 for $3 million to extend the facility. But I just want you to know that whenever we're building something, Mr. City Manager, we would like for you to put your heart and soul in it like any other building, because I'm sure we're doing that with the new City Hall. Putting all fine-tuning, everything that's needed there, we're doing that. So we just need to consider that when we're building all over the city and not in just certain sections of the city. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Oh, and Mayor, before she comes up.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yeah, I'm being told that whoever's listening online, the volume is very low, they could barely hear. So maybe someone in the sound room can turn the volume up for those that are listening online so they could better hear the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brandy Zabadal. I wear many hats, but today I present to you as president of the Pompano Beach Civic Association in the Pompano Beach Highlands, which is where I live. I'm inviting you all personally, including the city manager, attorney, everyone here in this room, to our neighborhood cleanup. It's our first ever. We're going to be working on the very busy roads that seem to collect most of the trash within our community. This is very solution-oriented. Our community members, Pompano Eagles, BSO, they will all, and also, of course, the Elks Lodge will be promoting this and helping us clean up and beautify our neighborhood. And so in addition to that, I'd also like to thank Environmental Services for providing the pickers, the buckets, and extra trash pickup location, and I really hope to beautify our community. So thank you. Oh, in addition, also, happy early birthday, Mr. Ketchum.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Delvin King, followed by Rain. First name is Rain. That's how I can pronounce the name.
Okay, Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. I guess the best y'all can do was send them fools after me. All right. So today I decided to wear my red shirt because I'm coming in hot today. So I tend to ask myself a lot, how can we move this city forward? There's so much division. The last few months, I sat back and I observed, and after careful observation, I came to my own conclusion. Mr. City Manager, see, the problem is you got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You know you don't want to be here. You're just a figurehead for Kim Breedmeister. You only here because she asked you to stay here to make sure the diets change so we can renew that contract, the same contract that Mr. Skaversky was talking about. See, Pompano could be much better if we just be honest. Talking about honesty, let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room, Miss Serica Peterson. How could you just sell out the black community for a $150,000 contract and a house?
Mr. King.
Excuse me?
I'm going to.
Okay, let me continue going. The scope of her contract works consists of community outreach. Yes. Hold on, pause the time. Pause the time while you talk. Pause the time.
I'm going to ask you to refrain from bringing personalities into this. If you got an issue with something in the city, talk about that.
Okay, give me a couple of give me 15 seconds back. You interrupted me.
Go ahead.
You gonna give me the 15 seconds back? Okay. So let's speak on the contract. Her contract consists of community outreach and engagement, education, workforce, financial literacy, small business development, real estate and home ownership education, small business support services, funding, research, and capital access. The honest question is, how can we have someone who has multiple evictions teach this community about financial literacy? 2018 eviction, 22 eviction, 2023 eviction. You put mines out there.
Mr. King.
You put mines out there. Come on, let's keep it going. You let him put mines out there. Let's keep it going.
I'm going to ask you to.
So you're not going to let me address her stuff? This is a contract. She's a consultant with the city.
Mr. King, I'm not going to let you stand here and.
You're not going to let me stand here and talk about her.
No, you can.
But she can go around. So she can. But she can go around and do whatever she want to do and beat up on whatever commissioner she want to beat up on.
Mr. King,
correct?
Just to be clear, you could talk about her contract all you want.
So we're not going to talk about the evictions.
Mr. King, personalities should stay out of this.
Let's keep going. Give me some of my time back. How can you teach me about personal finances when you can't keep a roof over your head? But this is what the city of Pompano does. They hire non-qualified people to work in areas they're unqualified for. If anybody should have the contract, it should be the girl that's on her team, Miss Witherspoon. She's non-biased, professional, and stays out of politics and stay true to the contract. See, the honest job that Serica was paid to do was to be nasty in this community and tear up other commissioners. I've been to meetings where I seen her come with the ugly face, looking all crazy, just so she can intimidate other commissioners. You ain't heard that she do that?
Mr. King.
And she's doing all this for Kim Breedmeister.
Focus on the
I'm
contract.
telling you, I'm just speaking what it is. Now you want to be fair. You want to be fair because that's your girl. Because that's your girl, you want to be fair. But you wasn't fair. It wasn't fair when he sent out that email, when he sat up there and he read all my foolishness. That wasn't fair, was it? Was it fair? Was it? Just tell me if it was fair. Was it fair? Was it fair? He sat there and read all my stuff. Now I'm reading her stuff. You have nothing to, you want me to shut up. You want me to shut up. He sat there at the last commission meeting and just read it out loud.
Thank you, Mr. King.
But listen, just like they got supporters, I got supporters for me too. There's people in this community that support me.
I'm going to ask you to leave the microphone now.
Why?
Your time is over.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much for your time.
Very good. Next speaker.
Mayor.
Yeah, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Thank you. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Number one, I'm going to address some things later on about some of the things that I've experienced personally, but I want to make sure that we're clear about, Mr. Berman, just again, related to how the mayor has interrupted Mr. King and anybody else. Right here on page 3, it says, as set forth in 3007 of the city's Code of Ordinances, the City Commission recognizes the importance of protecting the right of all citizens to express opinions on the operation of city government and encourage citizen participation in the local government process. The Commission shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the Commission, or the acts or omissions of the Commission. The Commission also recognizes the necessity for conducting orderly and efficient meetings in order to complete city business in a timely manner and has set out policies to ensure the same, which includes the following requirements. Mr. King was up here and he is welcome to his opinion, and he did so respectfully, and he was welcome to be upset, or he's welcome to be emotional. He's welcome to his opinion as per his First Amendment right. And given that he's criticizing one of the consultants on our payroll, he has every right to do so, and I would like to make sure that everybody feels welcome to do so, and I would request nicely, very, very pleasurably, and politely that the mayor make sure that audience does get to be heard. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, please. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Fessick. Anybody that would like to come up and speak and share whatever issue of concern they might have, to be able to do so. And I think this is the second time that you have interfered and cut off Mr. King while he was speaking because you did not like what he was saying. Now, we sit up here on this dais and we have to take a lot of things from people that say things about us, standing there at that podium that we don't like. We take it. So, as the mayor, you got to do the same thing. I don't like a lot of things that's being said, but people have a right to voice their opinion. And you should never, and you should stop interrupting a person when they're standing there at that podium and you know they have 3 minutes. Let them finish what they have to say, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. There's a quote that comes to mind. I think it's, "The mayor doth protest too much." It is, I've never seen you shut someone down for the content of what they were saying before. We've talked about how we cannot personally be called out here based on the rules, but not liking the content of what someone's saying is not a reason to silence them. And I don't think I've ever witnessed that done before. So Mr. Berman, is that allowed?
Vice Mayor, the mayor runs the meeting. It's up to him to keep decorum in the meeting, and he does as he sees fit. If you disagree with what he's doing, you do what you do now, and you express. I'm not going to give a legal opinion. It's not a legal issue. He runs the meeting. If the commentary is getting off base, where it's becoming more vulgar or disrespectful, he controls the meeting as he sees fit. If you're not happy with what he's doing, then what you're doing now is making that expression.
Thank you. So I have seen a ton and heard a ton of vulgar speakers up here before, and I've never actually seen them shut down before, like what we just witnessed. So very disappointing.
Very good.
Question, sorry, Mayor.
Commissioner Fessick.
Mr. Berman, just for clarity, I have a question related to exactly this. At what point do we, or what is the recourse if this continues for the rest of the commission? So we've noticed that this has been a pattern. We've all called it out. And I would like to know what our recourse is in terms of, aside from just saying, hey, we don't like it.
Maybe a censure.
I actually have a little bit more tact than that. But anyway, so what is the recourse, and when do we get a legal opinion, and when should we seek a legal opinion related to certain things like this? Would you recommend that we ask you for a legal opinion?
I'll look into it and be happy to get back to you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, that concludes audience to be heard at this time.
We did have one last speaker. However, she's here to speak on agenda item number 1. So that concludes audience to be heard, Mayor.
Okay, very good. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion of approving item number 4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That takes us up to item 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute FDOT District 4 Amendment Number 36 to include landscape maintenance memorandum of agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Transportation for additional landscape improvements on the right-of-way of State Road A1A, North Ocean Boulevard for milepost 11.280 and milepost 11.345, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Thank you. So I was the one who asked for this to be postponed at the last meeting, and I have since gotten more clarification. So I want to thank staff for providing the site plans to me. I've also done my own research. So this particular way that this was phrased the way that this is phrased in our agenda, it speaks to milepost to milepost that most people would have no clue what it is, and I pointed that out last time. So what it is it's connected to a parcel that it is slated for redevelopment. So the parcel and this redevelopment process were a sensitive issue long before I was ever elected or even thought about being elected. Back in 2017, 18, and through 19, there were over 1,300, almost 1,500, 1,395 notarized and 232 and more online petitions against this particular development being, sorry, that was loud, being approved, yet the body in play at the time voted for this project to be changed, the zoning to be changed. So with that, I just have a couple questions because I asked before, but I'd like more clarification. Can staff confirm that item number 1 covers the same general A1A frontage corridor as 1550 North Ocean Boulevard, also referred to in the Development Review Committee files as Ocean Park, which is related to the Mount Vernon property holdings?
Ron McCon, Public Works Director. That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Second, can staff confirm that this project site plan includes an FDOT right-of-way dedication along A1A? The site plan lists an FDOT right-of-way dedication of about 1,500 square feet, so I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correctly.
I don't know if it's a dedication. It's still their right-of-way, and there's landscape that's planted there, so they have to have this amendment.
Okay. Can Can staff confirm that the project file required FDOT permits for work in the A1A right-of-way, including the driveway connection permit, driveway drainage permit, and utility construction permit before building permit issuance?
My understanding in the city, FDOT does not pull permits in the city on their right-of-way. So the rest of that property, absolutely, there's building permits required.
Right, so that the developer would have to pull those permits civilly.
Correct.
And then, so can staff confirm that the applicant also proposed a right-of-way easement to allow public parking and public sidewalk on private property along that same frontage? That's more so to allow for additional parking for North Ocean Park and the property.
Correct.
And then last, can staff confirm that the review file even identified a water feature, now an art piece, in the future right-of-way, with the applicant stating it would be submitted to Florida Department of Transportation for review?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't follow
All right,
that.
so basically FDOT had to review the either water feature, now as an art piece of some kind.
Correct.
So that's my point here. There's not much I can change as one vote, but there is some things I can. And it's not part of this item specifically is not part of the site plan itself. I know there was a lot of people who came in here very passionate last meeting. But I am saying that it does relate to that same A1A corridor footage, same square footage, that same area that people were so passionate about, enough that we have this many notarized signatures. And that project, the plans are preliminary, so they're not fully permitted, and of course they're subject to revisions during permitting. But so when this comes in as a technical maintenance item and consent agenda, so likely just sort of to be like, oh, it's just a housekeeping item, right? Residents have every right to ask what corridor we're actually talking about. I know that we have received from Ms. Manzone a message, an email that's been entered into the record relating to concerns. I've gotten emails. I had other people come in for questions. So look, this might be one small vote, and it might mean almost nothing to anybody, but it means a lot to the residents who I represent. And this is one of the few places left for me to stand up for my residents on this particular matter. And I heard you loud and clear, and so I'm going to do that, and I cannot support this moving forward. Thank you.
All right. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, please.
I'm Karen Manzone, 3232 Northeast 16th Street, number 4, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33062. Good evening, Commissioners. First, I'd like to thank Robert McCann for his quick response and clarification to an email I sent to him regarding the Duet Ocean residences. With regards to landscaping, my husband and I have concerns with future stormwater services and sanitary sewer connections after the construction of the Duet. We already have flooding on Northeast 16th Street when there are heavy rains and high tides. We want to be sure that the sewer lines and storm drains are planned and implemented with the neighboring residents in mind, that proposed trees are not going to be planted right on top of the sewer main or interfere with storm grates, and that the corner of Northeast 16th Street is protected. Are there drainage system plans to mitigate the possible extra water runoff from the heavy rains? Secondly, will there be a clear demarcation between the public park versus private development? It appears that there's a proposed sidewalk on the south side adjacent to La Costa, which provides direct access from the Duet to the beach through the park. We are also concerned with the dunescape and sea grape trees that are between the park and the beach. Are there plans to remove any sea grape trees and the beautiful green buttonwood tree? Thirdly, it continues to concern us that the developers advertise this property as oceanfront. The advertisement on the fence says, "Your private oceanfront sanctuary." Let's be honest, this property is far from oceanfront and far from private. Yes, there will be spectacular ocean views, but it should never be oceanfront as long as the existence of North Ocean Park is guaranteed. So we would like your guarantee on that.
There's no plans, as I've mentioned, this commission has affirmed, no plans to get rid of our park. That's our park.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Rain Honablu. I wanted to thank you for requesting additional plans and just listening to, you know, all the things we've had to say about the park, the different concerns. People have different concerns for it. I wanted to ask if there are plans by landscaping. I also just thank you for asking for clarification on what these things mean. By a landscaping vote, does that mean that this beautiful, beautiful tree with these spiraling trunk is going to be removed? Does that mean the sea oats are going to be removed? I went to the Norton Museum this past weekend, and I just noticed how the architects have incorporated the design of this massive tree into the roof, and it elevates the building to include that and not to just tear down this beautiful tree the size of an entire property. So I just wanted to know if there's any way we could incorporate the design of the trees into whatever is going to be proposed. I've heard a lot of rumors as well that maybe there's going to be an exercise facility put in, and, you know, improvements are welcome. I mean, it could use an upgrade, but just more clarification on what that means. I think that a lot of people would be more supportive of this project if they could know what it was. So that's all we're asking for, is just clarification, openness, and is there any way I can give photos badly printed of the trees and also the Norton Museum, so you could see how the rooftop, it's almost like these desks, they cut out the rooftop and this tree just flourishes over it. It's beautiful, it's an artistic touch, and it's just a nice synergy between nature that's currently there and, you know, a modern, beautiful building. So is that okay? Can I? Yeah.
I'm sure if your comments are finished, that's fine. But Mr. McCon, are there any existing trees in this right-of-way area?
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor, I think she's referring to the, I don't want to misname it. It's either the ficus tree or banyan tree or, okay. There's a very, very large tree on the park property.
Okay, that's kind of what I was getting at. What we're dealing with is out front.
That's correct.
But all of your questions and concerns are good. I would encourage you, because that's park redesign, I'd encourage you to get with the Parks Department and also Mr. McCon to deal with that. That's really not part of this at all.
Okay.
But no, valid questions, absolutely.
All right, so
okay?
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further input from the public?
Go ahead. I just want just to let her know, after reviewing the site plans, I want to make sure it's clear that that particular tree she's referring to is a part of the actual presentation for the developer, that they have tried to incorporate that as part of their new park design. So even though it's not related to this item, they are calling it the heart of the park, essentially, that tree. So I want to make sure that I express that the developers are trying to save that tree particularly.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker.
Good evening. Dominic Camposio, 3248 Northeast 16th Street and 3246 Northeast 16th Street, Pompano Beach 33062. I haven't been here for a while. I've been out of the country, but I'm back. And I'm looking at the park that you're all talking about. I'm on the other side of the A1A, right across from the Armani residence that I'm not sure is ever going to be built, which is an issue we've had for several years, as you know, Mayor Harden. I would just like to know what they're doing with our properties in that area, not just from the park, the ocean part, and then the park, then the Armani Casa, and then there's me right across the street. Like, what are we going to do, and when is it all going to be done? FPL continues to run up the tab. I don't know if it's taxpayer dollars that we're paying FPL to put this underground wiring in. It hasn't happened. They put in, I think they installed 3 real tall poles right in front of my home during COVID, July of 2020. And I spoke to the commissioner for District 1, who never showed up. So I put a call into Mayor Harden. He was kind enough to show up. And he also said, yeah, this is a little out of touch for the Pompano Beach people. I mean, it's just crazy. 3 poles, huge poles with all this wiring. Then they put all these different boxes in front of our home, including across the street. And I'm thinking, why is it all on our property? Plus the flooding that happens at the end of our street, which is crazy. I'm happy to be at the highest part of that area, so I don't get the flooding. I'm glad to see you here, Commissioner Physick. I think it's great that someone's going to maybe come to our property and take a look. People park on my property all the time that are workers of the city, or actually not the city, but FP&L, the subcontractors. I had a truck with a trailer parked on my property the other day. I took some pictures of it, be happy to forward them to you. I just don't like to complain. I just want the work done. I'm for getting the work done. I'm for this Pompano Now, or Pompano, which they called it. The previous commissioner from District 1 called it, named it that. I'm for all that building. And then they built these poles on A1A that actually got lit up last week, the yellow lights. But they put the poles on my side, on my sidewalk, which I'm probably, going to be responsible for if somebody breaks a leg, right in the middle of the sidewalk. I don't understand this type of construction. I have a home in Italy. I talked to my wife. We walk the streets, and I'm thinking, why do they put poles in the middle of the sidewalk when people are walking? And right in front of my home here in Pompano Beach, they do the very same thing. It just doesn't make sense. They dug a hole 25, 27 times that I've counted, and they keep digging it up. AT&T, the Comcast comes over, then it's the city comes over. How many times do you have to dig a hole? Why don't you just put it all together and save a ton of money for the whole city?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor, for coming out, by the way.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I don't get any credit for starting all that? I never get credit.
It's been going on for years.
Never. Never. When I die, they'll say he did this, and I'll never know about it. Mike Skaversky, Pompano, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. This new property, I think some of what they're talking about is there's trees also. They're nice trees next to where the bathrooms are at. Are they going to stay how they are?
The parks, I mean, the Parks and Rec is working on the redo of that park. I know Mr. John's working, that's really not part of
everybody
this.
in District 1, is it, or whatever? When they give an inch here, they take a foot. Once they take the foot, they take 2 feet. Pretty soon, you're up to the mile. They're going to probably want to redo the bathrooms, you name it, once all this stuff is getting built, because this new complex, they're going to want to take everything over, and depending on who's up here elected, they will end up taking it. If it's still 3-3 generally, they won't touch a thing. But as for the pavilions, they were just painted not long ago. The bathrooms were just painted not long ago. The grass is cut periodically. It's fairly neat. There really doesn't need much to be done, because once you start, who knows what's next. You probably should just leave everything the heck how it is and leave the people over there alone.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Bernie Manzone, a husband of Karen, so you got our address and everything. I've been to the last couple meetings and all this discussions. English is my only language. I think the problem stems from the property is advertising it as oceanfront. And no matter how many times you tell us they're not going to take over the park, they're not going to change the beach, I got a legal question. Shouldn't we, as the community legal advisor, we have a legal advisor, shouldn't we advise them, I don't know what language they're using, but it's not oceanfront? And the community has been upset about this since, 2017 or something? It's like ridiculous. We got over the height issues. They could just change their advertising. It would make the community feel better. Because we really, I hear what you guys are saying, and our commissioners fighting for it. But, it's going to boil down to, they're going to finally try to sell the units, and somebody's going to say, it's not oceanfront. And then they're going to twist everybody's arms and try to make it oceanfront. That's why we're all wound up. So if maybe we could ask our legal counsel, shouldn't we be telling the developer it's not oceanfront? That's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Anyone? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, Commissioner, how about Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I took a trip down to the park today. It was a beautiful day, and I did notice the ocean front on the signage on the fence, and it didn't sit well with me either. But so I understand the angst that has caused. I also noticed, we were talking about drainage here, and it was in your letter, the storm drain on the corner there is completely clogged. So the city needs to go clean that storm drain and maintain that, I assume, because it's been raining more lately, and there's no way that anything is draining from there. So it just looks, and we see this with a lot of developments. I've talked about it at the Pomp before. Like, these developers get a hold of a property, they don't actually build it, it takes them years, and they don't really maintain it. So we don't cite them or hold them to the same standard that we would hold a homeowner to if they didn't maintain their property for years. So I just think to the developers out there, like, while you're not building it, it's still part of our city, and try to make it look better. Clean it up and maintain your properties, even while they're not making you money yet. But that storm drain is clogged. And my biggest issue with this item is the agreements here, and it just seems to be something missing to me. So in the item, it basically is an agreement between the city and FDOT to maintain this new landscaping. So in the agreement, it talks all about how the agency, which is the city, is agreeable to maintaining these landscapes improvements. And there's a whole long list of how we have to maintain this. I mean, it's a page and a half of details on how this new landscaping will be maintained. And then in the backup, it says these enhancements will be maintained to FDOT standards by the development. So where is that agreement? Because that's the piece that's missing for me. Because in all of this backup, it basically sounds like we're taking on the maintenance of it. Where's the agreement between us and the Ocean residences for them to pay to maintain this?
Right. So, Sixth Amendment, I didn't include the agreement from 2008, which is about 120 pages. It defines all those standards. The height, the trees must be above the sidewalk, laterally off the sidewalk. All those things are defined in that agreement, and the maintenance is on the developer on the property.
Nothing in our backup says that. The agreement in here is between us and FDOT, and it's very clear that the city of Pompano Beach is called the agency, and the agency shall agree to maintain the additional landscape improvements as part, according to this plan. The agency is agreeable to maintaining these landscape improvements. So I understand that they're going to improve this area, but I want to make sure they're paying for it. And it says they are, but I don't see anything when it looks like we're taking it on in the agreement.
Well, I guess throughout the city, everyone, including you, your home, your right away in front of your property, you're responsible to maintain it. There's no thing in there how much it costs. It's if you don't maintain it, code enforcement issues a citation, and if you fail to maintain it, they have a ways to the city will take care of it, maintain it, and charge the property owner.
Right, but I don't have an agreement, or there's no agreement about my property saying, between the city and FDOT, saying that the city will maintain it.
Okay, yeah, right. Throughout the city, we don't have individual agreements with all the properties. But
Here in front of us is an agreement for us to maintain it. So you're saying there's something missing in here.
That's correct.
That's my concern. Obviously, the developer, whatever they put in, they should be responsible for maintaining, and I assume they will be. But when you read the amendment, that's not how it reads. It reads as the city is responsible for any new landscaping and maintaining it to these FDOT standards. So, can you just provide that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll provide it to each of the commissioners.
Okay. So yeah, that is my concern, and the storm drain. Thank you.
Further commissioners' discussion, Commissioner Fessig.
Thank you. So, all right, so two things to address a few of the comments and concerns. I want to make sure that I'm clear that, development is not a bad thing. It's not a bad word. A lot of times we hear it and when people freak out, they're like, if you're not for everything, then you're against everything, and that is not true. So I want to make sure I take the time to say that we all want to like a refresh or redo. We like a lot of the stuff that's been coming our way. This particular property, just tracing back to why people were sort of freaking out, was about less than a third of an acre, like 0.66, I think, of an acre, 0.67, somewhere in there. And originally, the way it was zoned was allowed for 105 feet, and this, so we've already given, unhappily, I would say, by a lot of the neighbors, we've already given a lot up by allowing them the additional zoning and density to move them to planned development infill. So now they have this. As far as I'm concerned, we have given, as a city, we have opened up our hearts and our wallets and they've developer agreement that was linked to that zoning change. We can't go back and change the past, but that has been raising suspicion for quite some time. And by the way, it was only allowed to be signed off by the city manager. So it is at his sole discretion. He gets to tell you what you can have in your park or sign off on it. Moving forward from that, we all like nice things. It's better than an empty lot to have something there. We do need that park improvement. So there's positives to everything, right? There's negatives and positives. In this particular situation, in the backup for Vice Mayor, the on agenda, so it says amend, on the one that says amend 36A1A, on page 8, and let's see, on page, let's see, it starts on page 8, or 7, sorry, 7. So 7, and then 9 of 15, that drawing there that you can see, and I don't know if we can pull it up or not, but that drawing there, which is actually just a plan itself, is done by, when you look at it, it's done by the architect for the property. So it is what I have an issue with this pulling it back to this agenda item specifically, is that this is something that during the development review process or the site development process, this is something that falls on the responsibility of the developer to work with what they've already got, not depend on us to give them more. And some of the landscaping stuff in there from my first few passes, some of the landscaping requirements, some of the right-of-way stuff, just there's things tied to this. I'm not saying that they can't build their property. I'm saying that they may have to modify certain things if they don't get this. And that's we as a city and as a district, beachfront-wise, I feel like we've given up enough, and I want the storm drains fixed. I want everything to look pretty, but I want to make sure that the residents who use that park, live near that park, around that park, we get everything we wanted for, and we find a good neighbor. And so I'd really invite the developers to come together with the neighbors and find a way to try to rebuild a bridge that perhaps was lost a few years back. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Berman, it's my understanding that the area is a park. It's designated as one of our parks. And in being such, we have our charter. I want to put everyone's fears to rest. We cannot sell public parkland without going out to the voters for a referendum, for their approval or denial. So we will not sell any public park without the voters, without the residents' permission. I just wanted to...
I'm waiting for the opportunity to say yes, Commissioner.
Would that be correct, Mr. Berman?
Correct, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Sorry.
Commissioner Smith.
And this is just something that we do a lot with properties and new developments. It's not anything with the park. In fact, it's going to be attractive right next to 16th Terrace. But it's just normal procedure, whether FDOT can change it or not. It's normal procedure for us to have these amendments when the property changes. It's just maintaining the curbing area that's FDOT's. Is that correct?
Correct. It's
landscaping.
Correct. The landscaping is behind the curbing. Actually, it's probably behind the existing sidewalk, but it's still within the FDOT right-of-way.
DOT.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, those that have single-family homes, we maintain that area also
Correct.
with mowing and watering and such. So it isn't anything to do with the development. It isn't anything to do with the park. It's just routine with FDOT to make sure that that area is maintained. It would be bad to not have it maintained for the park and for the development and for the city on the street. So just, it's not a development thing, it's just an FDOT thing. Whether they should still do it that way or do it a different way, but it is what it is right now.
Very good. I've got a question. Mr. McCon, what impact would it have on the development of the adjacent property where the duet? What impact would it have on that development if we turn this down?
Well, if most of you are familiar with that property, if you could envision the way it looks now, between the existing fence that's advertising the property and the sidewalk, which is dead grass, that's what it would end up looking like. They would not approve. If the amendment's not there, they wouldn't allow this landscaping. That's the extreme. But if it's not approved, let's say you can't put something in the right-of-way.
So it wouldn't impact the development?
No,
itself.
it just would be unsightly on the frontage of A1A.
So it's not going to change that development one iota. No. All it's going to do is take away beautification from the city of Pompano Beach.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I've got Commissioners Segerson-Eaton, and then back.
Right, Mr. McCon, you talked about very specific elements of the agreement, of what type of landscape, how high the trees must be, and the distance from the sidewalks. And is that something that is because FDOT, the Florida Department of Transportation, actually owns the land, so they have to be very particular about what is put on it, how it's managed, because we have citizens, people traversing those sidewalks and that area, and you also have vehicles driving near that area. The liabilities, that is, would you say that is part of their very specific specifications for any planting or landscape improvements? You've got site visibility triangles, that so you can see around the corner from a vehicle, pedestrian safety. Do those factors play a role?
Yes,
They
and
do.
it's not like we do this and it's done with. FDOT has a contractor that looks across all their districts, and that's their job, is they drive throughout all these FDOT roads. And if there's somewhere they have their little PVC 8-foot tall pipe and they roll it down the sidewalk, and if it doesn't meet the standard, we hear about it. And it's on the city, they notify us that it needs to be fixed. And then commercial or residential, if it's a safety issue and it's blocking a stop sign, we will immediately take action. We're not gonna mess around with it. Otherwise, we talk to the property owner and say, you need to fix this. So it's inspected on a regular basis.
Okay, and if there were nothing there, that would be a choice. We see it elsewhere in other cities and other places where just an open field and there's nothing planted in the swale. So, okay, thank you very much.
Very good. For the commission, I got the Vice Mayor.
I just want to follow up on your comments, Mayor. The back and forth here made it sound like it's no big deal. They just won't plant the trees and everyone goes about their business. But they do have an approved site plan that has trees in it. So you can't just not comply with the site plan. So I assume that there'd be another process where they either administratively got relief to put trees elsewhere, or they had to go back through planning and zoning, depending on the magnitude of the changes, and get a new site plan approved if they aren't able to comply with their site plan. So I don't think anyone's trying to do that here, but I felt like that was an incomplete conversation. It just made it sound like, oh, we'll just keep dead grass there and they won't have to do anything about it. But as homeowners, we also know that if we do something and it doesn't comply with the plans, you don't get it approved. So there would be secondary implications to that depending on the magnitude of and the amount of trees that didn't get planted, and whether those were required per their development order and their site plan. So that's it. And then, like I said, my only clarification here is in the backup, there's a very clear amendment that says the city has to do this. So while I understand that we all maintain our own yards, we're not being asked to approve an agreement right now that says that the city's going to maintain everyone's yards, because that's basically what this says. So if in this, there was an amendment and all that was presented to us was an amendment that said now the city is going to be responsible for maintaining everyone's swales and all the right of way, then we'd be asking that same question. Is the city paying for that? And the answer is no. There's another follow-up agreement that's not in here that is more explicit about that. Thank you.
Well, so FDOT has, 8 districts across the state. They don't know what our code says. Our code requires all property owners will take care of their right-of-way. FDOT doesn't know that. All FDOT knows, it's in the city of Pompano Beach. City, you're responsible. In some cases, if that landscaping is in the center of the roadway, it's on the city. So all they know is, city, it's in your jurisdiction, you're going to maintain it.
Right. But I'm saying here it says that Ocean Residence is going to maintain it, and there's nothing in the backup that provides that link, right? That secondary connection, because the backup just says the city is, and I understand there is another agreement that's not in here that supersedes this or that is a companion to this and dictates that the owner maintains it, but that's not what's in here. So it has the impact of looking, like if someone doesn't know that or is just looking at the backup resident, they would say, based on this, that it looks like the city is agreeing to do it. Thank you.
Well, I don't mean to mislead you. That agreement's not going to say anything about the property owner, because again, that sets all the standards that property has to be maintained to. I guess I should provide the reference to the code, which says it's on the property. And I'll include that.
Because the agreement that we're approving says the agency is agreeable to maintaining those landscape improvements within the agency's limits. And obviously there's some other limits or rules that dictate what happens. Thank you.
Mr. McCon, so I'm going to ask it again just to be clear. Are there any impacts to the development if we turn down what's before us tonight?
There are landscaping requirements for the site plan. Mm-hmm. So like the Vice Mayor said, if you got to have 15 trees. Okay, you can't have them here across the frontage of the property. If you've seen some of these properties, they have trees up on the third deck of the swimming pool, wherever it's a very small area of property, but they would have to meet the city's code for landscaping. They'd have to do it elsewhere, and I know we have requirements for street trees, but if FDOT says, no, you didn't approve the amendment, and that's why they want to do this before the project starts. As you know, just a month ago, we did Ritz-Carlton, we did the Waldorf Astoria. They were a little behind the process, but realize landscaping typically comes in at the end of the project, so it's not impacting those. But you're right, it has to meet the city's code for landscaping. So I guess it does impact it in that aspect. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Berman, what impact would it have on the developer if we turn this down?
If we turn this down, the developer would have to meet with development services and come up with a different landscape plan that would meet the city's code and meet approval of the city's landscaping requirements.
And if there were no way they could do that on the existing property?
They might be able to do that on other property and meet that requirement. They might be able to instead do it on a different parcel. There's a city's tree canopy fund. There's a lot of different things that they might be able to do, but again, that would be something for development services, who's more, and the landscaping people. But this was developed, the plan now that's been approved, and that, again, this is an agreement with FPL only, with FDOT only, and we're saying we are going to take care of this. That's why that's the only thing in the backup. We wouldn't be doing that, I assume, Mr. McCon, if there weren't other methodologies to make sure we weren't on the hook for the ultimate. Someone's going to be taking care of that, not the city.
Correct.
But they would have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a different landscape plan.
Okay, very good, thank you. Point made, Vice. Further input, further from the commission. Commissioner Fasick for questions.
Thank you. So, Mayor, Mr. McCon, you mentioned that there would be dead grass there. So whose responsibility, if we didn't approve this, whose responsibility would that right-of-way fall under? Would it fall under the city?
No. Well, again,
Still be the property.
just like the grass in your swell in the front of your, it's just grass, but you're still responsible for it because it's your right of way. So it would just be bare of all nice landscaping. Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then I want to clarify and just make sure that I'm correct on that, or make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. We've been talking about landscaping as related to this right of way, but landscaping is not everything in the right of way. Can staff confirm that the project file, as proposed, the conditionally approved site plan, confirm that the project file required FDOT permits for work in the A1A right-of-way, including driveway connection, driveway drainage, and utility construction permits before building permit issuance?
Yes.
Or it's not just landscaping?
Correct. And to that point about the agreement, it mentions concrete pavers. If it's just regular concrete, not an issue. But if they have pavers, the concern is maintenance of pavers. So those would be in there, and that would be a requirement to include in the amendment. I don't know that the entry to this property is off A1A. I think it's off Northeast 16th Street, but I'm...
The parking access is off of 16th, but that does have the corner. So understood, just separate permits, same A1A frontage corridor, and that's my point, I think. I just wanted one more other question here about this. I was looking through the DRC command response letter, and it says 10.6 feet, 10.5 feet will be dedicated along North Ocean Boulevard, and a right-of-way easement is proposed to allow the public parking and public sidewalk on private property. Also useful was we're pursuing approvals and permits through FDOT, and will coordinate required agreements with the city. I think so. Basically, I'm not saying that this item is site plan itself, but I am saying that the site plan shows FDOT right-of-way dedication, FDOT permit requirements,
Commissioner?
and yes, and I'm not done, and public sidewalk and parking easement language, and even features that have the future right-of-way along the same A1A frontage corridor. So is this, one last time, if we do not approve this, will they have to go back to development services and make sure that they are finding ways to meet all of the requirements that we have as a city with a development plan, and rework the plan to fit within the already extra zoning that they already have?
Yes.
Work it within the property. Thank you, that's all I need.
All right. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
Thank you. Endorsing the preferred alternative concept for the Northwest 15th Street and supporting the effort of Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, to design and recommend capital improvement projects to establish eligibility for federal funding, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins and Commissioner Fesick. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to get an update on this agenda item.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner John Sfropoulos, City Engineer. Just by way of background first, in July of 24, Commission approved a resolution of support of MPO's 2050 Transportation Improvement Plan that identified 7 projects in the city for improvements, and the 2 highest ranked were Northwest 27th Avenue and Northwest 15th Street. Following Commission's resolution of support, the MPO hosted several public outreach meetings in March and June of last year to review both those corridors. So the design concepts that are in your backup are a result of those meetings. In order for the MPO to secure federal funding for design and construction, they are requesting Commission's support of these concepts. And I'd like to close with the intent is still to continue with public participation as the design progresses, assuming commission approves tonight.
Okay, so yes, several meetings were held regarding Northwest 15th Street. They were not very well attended. And I remember the last meeting, it was stated by the MPO representatives that they would get back with the community, or we would have another meeting, and we've never had that. So at this particular time, I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this particular item, number 2, to our next 6 o'clock meeting, which will be April 28th. In the meantime, if you, John, can get with me, or we can meet and see if we can get together with the community again to get a little more input and maybe a little more involvement from the community, so they'll know exactly what we're trying to do here, or what you all trying to do here.
So just so you're aware, we've had 2 public participation meetings, and we solicited their input, which has resulted in those concept plans that are in the backup.
Right, I did see that.
Okay.
I did see that. But both meetings, it was not very well attended. I know the last meeting, I think we had about 6, 7 people maybe.
We had 40 is the count.
No. The last meeting I attended was held at the Northwest Library, if I can remember. And it was about 8, maybe 8 of us there, and that was it. I haven't missed any meetings. So if we can just postpone this and reach out to the community again, so that we can do it differently, get more people involved, so everybody will understand what's actually going on here.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to postpone this item until our 8/28 commission meeting.
April 28th.
April 28th, sorry, April 28th. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. I've got a question. Mr. Psaropoulos?
Yes, sir.
Is this time sensitive at all? Is it going to hurt anything if we just postpone this?
I don't think so, but I would like to get clarification from the MPO, who is here along with their engineer, Kimley Horn.
Okay, well, why don't you do that? So, since I asked the question, I'd like to get an answer.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Andrew Riddle with the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, and I have our consultant from Kimley Horn, Stuart Robertson, to answer any technical questions. We do have a process in place where we do have public outreach meetings. The last one was well attended with over 40 people. We do have the sign-in sheets for your record. What we're trying to do is get project lined up for federal funding. If it's the commission's desire to not move forward with this concept that has been over this past year of developing this concept, we will then take that action of skipping over, keeping the project location on the cost feasible list and the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. However, we need to go to the next list on the priority for funding. We're getting ready for the list of priority projects to be submitted to FDOT to prioritize projects. That is time sensitive, so I don't know what you are expecting at your next meeting, what the outcome would be, but we would need to know whether or not to move forward with federal funding for these projects or not.
So you need to know that tonight, or you could wait until the April 28th meeting?
The April 28th meeting, if we can get a yes or no vote, yes, that should be fine.
Should be fine. Okay, that's all I was looking for. I know you'd like to have it tonight, but April 28th will work.
Okay, yes.
That's accurate, correct?
That is accurate.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Very good. Thank you, I
Mayor?
appreciate it. I got Commissioner, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I'm going to support postponing this for a couple reasons. One, I'd like to see the sign-in sheets because I have heard about these. I've heard about these meetings. Absolute last minute, I'll get some kind of notification. There's one of these meetings for this in 27th, and I haven't been able to attend them because I find out at the last minute it's happening. But I have heard they're very poorly attended. They're just not a lot of people at them. So they're not. If we're not getting the community's input, then then maybe these plans, because there's a lot in this narrative about how this plan is based on community input, and if it's half a dozen people, that's not community input. And I think the problem here in Pompano is there's a bit of mistrust with some bad plans of things that have been done to our roads that have really impacted residents in a negative way, and they want to make sure that whatever is being done here is not going to impact them negatively. So, because we're told everything's, bike paths and big sidewalks for people to walk on and all, but the devil's in the details, and maybe there's something happening here that's going to impact traffic flow or something else with the surrounding neighborhood. So I would like to understand more about what the community said at those meetings, and perhaps there's an opportunity for one more meeting in the meantime, in the interim. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the Commissioner Seeger-Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get a ballpark of the estimate of the cost of this project? And some of the funding comes from MPO and some will come from federal grants. Is that accurate, gentlemen? Someone?
Yes, ma'am. So the money is for federal funding.
Alrighty. And what is the value of this project?
So we have a rough order of magnitude cost, because right now we're at the conceptual level. Then it will go to the design. And once you get to 60% design, you'll have much better cost estimates that we'll use for bidding the construction. But I'll let Stuart.
Yeah, if you can just ballpark it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Stuart Robertson. I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm supporting the Broward MPO and the city of Pompano Beach on this project. So there are two projects, actually, one on Northwest 27th Avenue and one on Northwest 15th Street. We've conducted a cost estimate for the planning level costs for each of those two separately, and those do include the design fund. So it would take you all the way from the design all the way through permitting and then construction. So for Northwest 27th Avenue, it's about $5 million, and for Northwest 15th Street, it's about $10 million. So those are the rough order of magnitude costs that we have at this stage of the game. Future stages of the project, including design, would then get into more specific details on these costs that would be incurred, and as Andrew mentioned, it would come from federal funding. Thank you.
Another question. From Dixie Highway, and I don't know how fresh in your mind this project is, but from Dixie going west on 15th Avenue, I see that there are sidewalks. It's largely residential. Going all the way the further west, are there any sidewalks there currently?
So on Northwest 15th Street, there are sidewalks, but they're farther west. They're not immediately west of Dixie Highway. I think you have to go west of 6th Avenue before there becomes sidewalks on.
What about west of 95?
West of 95, yes, there are sidewalks.
Okay. So this is going to be an expansion to do a shared use path?
That's correct. In the areas where there are currently sidewalks today, those sidewalks would be expanded to
Mayor,
include shared
would
use.
you mind?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I can't hear.
Please, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that last part?
What I was saying was that in the areas where there are sidewalks today, they would be expanded to include shared use paths, which would allow for bicyclists and pedestrians to share the space.
Okay, and then landscaping, is that street trees, a mixture of palms, shrubs, trees, grass?
Yeah, landscaping we consider to be part of the project. It's not only beautification, but it's also an enhancement for the way that people experience the corridor as well. It slows down people driving cars, and it also creates a better environment for people walking through shade and better separation from the roadway.
Right, okay. So looking at the illustrations, you just sort of see this green swath. And it doesn't really denote that there are trees, bushes, shrubs, etc. But there is. It's not just straight, plain old grass. Okay, so $10 million for the 15th Street.
Yes.
And you said $5 million for 27th Ave. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
And that would be in jeopardy. I mean, if we can't make a timely decision, then we lose that. You guys move on to another project because many cities compete for these dollars. Thank you.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Thank you. So just to clarify quickly, you mentioned that if we didn't get to a decision, we're on the motion right now, so let's stay there. You said we're fine with making a decision by the 28th, then you have that time to play with. That's one. So you said that would be.
Yes, yeah, that was Mr. Riddle's response.
Okay.
Yes.
Secondly, what also I remember hearing was that if we didn't give an approval on the 28th, that would still stay on the list overall, but they would just skip on us for the time being and then come back at a later date. True?
For at least the next fiscal year.
Okay, so the year. The year. Okay. So I actually heard from a couple residents on this item as well, and actually the next one, talking about the meetings, how they were not well attended, and that's to be expected, to be fair, because at that same time last year we were bombarded, if anybody remembers, with a lot of the meetings related to the new downtown, and there was a lot of things going on all at once. So I can understand how that would be confusing or be, we wouldn't have the attendance we would have hoped for these projects, or for this feedback. So both these items, but this one in particular, it's not trivial. It ties into broader mobility. It ties into redevelopment, future funding decisions. And so I think we owe it to the community who has begged us and pleaded us, even again, before I was elected. Somebody mentioned July 2024 that the commission approved moving forward with some of this stuff. Well, we're still stuck with dealing with a lot of the other things that a previous commission had approved, but the issue is that as part of that, all residents, specifically in the areas we're talking about, have asked for is to be very much involved in the decision-making process. So I would really support making sure that we have a very strong outreach and doing that before the April 28th meeting, so that we can truly get public input and not just use it as a box-checking exercise, which we have a tendency to do here sometimes in the city. And I just want to make sure that I point out that this is actually, we have a lot up in the air. There's a lot of pieces moving, but this is one of those pieces, again, that we don't have control over everything, but we have control over certain pieces. So this is how that community is going to be able to walk, bike, get around that community, and I want their input on how they want to do that. It's not the new downtown project itself, but it's important for us to truly take the time and get a solid understanding of what their requests are, and so we can do it right. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the Commissioner Smith.
I just want to clarify that we're talking about only 15th Street because on Northwest 27th Avenue, they were very well attended. The community was very involved with it, and the community is pleased with the preliminary design that you've come up with. The Collier City Homeowner Association is the last group that you spoke to, and they're very, very excited about the plans coming. So this is not Northwest 27th Avenue. We're only talking about 15th Street. We're postponing anything.
I'm not sure. Can we get clarification from them as far as, can these items be split somehow? I don't know.
They're already split. They're
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
2 is 15th and
The very first meeting
It was
that
15.
the very first meeting that Broward MPO did was they were both together, and the 27th Avenue residents were really excited about the project and the opportunity to do traffic calming, and it was combined with the 15th Street, and there was a lot of anger that came, and I asked that night if you could split the two projects, which going forward they have split them. It's a much bigger project on 15th, and it's very different than 27th, so I think it's proper to have them split because there's different issues and different types of residential and business. But I just want to make sure the commission understands, this is just splitting off 15th Street. 27th Avenue, the residents in District 5 already.
Excuse me, I don't need you to explain it to me.
No, I know, no, I just want to make sure they know that the 27th Avenue one is separate. It's item 3 on our
Right,
agenda.
it's item 3.
And
We read the agenda. We all read the agenda.
All right, but I want to make sure, because we were talking about them both being together, and I want
Gotcha.
to make sure they're separate.
Further
Thank you.
commission discussion.
Yes,
Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that when we schedule a meeting, that you will allow the residents to speak and give their input. I think the last meeting that we had at the Northwest Library, you had tables set up, and everybody was moving from table to table. I think it's great if we could all sit down and look at what you have put together for us, and everybody can give their input from that perspective, rather than walk to a table and you don't know what they said over there at that table, and then you have another table set up over here. We don't know what they're saying at that table, and then you compile all the information, and we don't know what's what at the end of it.
Okay.
So I would appreciate if we could do that. But I look forward to meeting with you before the 28th so that we can have enough time to inform the residents in a timely manner about the meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I would like to, I want to sort of piggyback off what Commissioner Perkins said. One of the things that I think is really important is for that collaborative effort of coming together and having, like I said, having some of the things so you can explain what you've worked on or what your initial feedback was, but doing so in a public manner that we can actually have people come up. It's recorded, so if people can't make a meeting, they perhaps have a window of time which they can then, we can give them a feedback link or something so you can gain additional feedback post that one in-person meeting so they can go back and watch it again, which is why I really try to push for our meetings, some of these workshops and collaborative efforts to be in a place where we are recording them and making sure we sort of allow for people to show up if they can make it, but also we give a window of time afterwards where people can add insight or add their own thoughts after they've maybe even seen it and slept on it a night and thought of, oh, hey, you know what else I was thinking about that I forgot to mention? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on. As for both of these, if you want to know from a resident standpoint, if you want to learn more about how it plays into the whole new downtown project, I would advise you to go back through the Economic Development Council meeting minutes from 2023, 2024, and 2025, and you can follow the MPO progress also. You can kind of get a better idea of how it fits into the plan with the new downtown, which is good homework, if you will. Before you come to the meeting, so you can kind of get an idea of what you may think of there as well. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify?
Sure.
The 3 meetings that we held were all 3 held as hybrid meetings with an in-person option and an online option. And we did have attendees online, and we provided a survey that people could provide feedback online.
Thank you.
How many people did you have?
I think the attendee numbers include both the hybrid and the in-person attendance.
How many?
I think it was roughly 40 for the most recent meeting. And the first one, I think, was 30.
Okay.
But again, that includes the online attendees.
Okay. Very good.
A question, Mayor.
I do too.
Okay. Commissioner, let's do Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a big project, and I have questions too, especially after what Commissioner Smith said about the meeting being combined for the first one, and that there was some angst and anger about this specific project relative to 27th Ave. So how tied are we to this plan if we get funding approval from the federal government? How much flexibility is there to change a plan that we have presented to them?
I would like to invite Mr. Riddle to speak to that, but my sense, having worked on many of these plans with federal funding, is that there is quite a deal of flexibility in the design phase. We really are only in the planning concept phase at the moment.
Andrew Riddle, Broward MPO, of course. Yes, there are opportunities for flexibility, but this is the overall type of concept, the type of, we're trying to actually help with bicycle and pedestrian safety. We're trying to do some traffic calming. We're trying to deter parking within the right-of-way that's happening there. Those were the current concerns that we were hearing from your residents. And let me just kind of clarify that we did use the city's methods for the outreach. So one of the ways we do these concept development plans is we want to fit in with the existing city's process. So however you reach out to your residents, and that was communicated to us is through the district commissioners, they kind of spread the word to make sure that their residents are fully aware of the project and come to the meetings. So we use you all through your normal way for you to get project feedback methods. The MPO is not forcing this upon you at all. If you don't want the project, if you don't want these type of improvements in your neighborhood, we'll go to the next priority on the list. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm sure the intention is good, and I don't think any of us are saying we don't want improvements. I think there's kind of a history of some bad projects being forced down people's throat, and just because we're using someone else's money to pay for it doesn't make it a good plan for the residents. So we use penny surtax money to take a lane out of Atlantic Boulevard, and that has caused more frustration, grief, safety issues than we could ever quantify. So I think the details matter. Obviously, high-level beautification, improving mobility, it all sounds great, right? But we want to make sure that what we're putting forth actually makes sense to those neighborhoods, and there's not some other implications here. And yes, the truck parking is a problem there, so I'm sure that we want to look at this with the residents also and make sure that the people who are experiencing that every day can look at it and say, okay, yeah, this is actually going to improve it instead of somehow exacerbate the situation. So I just think it sounds like this project maybe didn't have the same amount of, and it's a big project, the same reach that the 27th Avenue one did, and perhaps we should just take a little pause here for a month and see what we can do to get the word out to the community, have another meeting, and actually have a better description of what's going on here, because I know that I couldn't attend the meeting. I found out at the last minute, and I'd like to be able to attend it also.
Vice Mayor. Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I was never informed that I needed to reach out to people in my district to attend the meetings, and that is something that I do very well as far as getting residents together to meet. That's no problem for me. I can pack the house if I need to, but I was not told that that's what I was supposed to do. Do we have anybody serving with the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization from Pompano? Anybody serves on that organization?
The mayor.
Well, the mayor should have gotten the information out. So the mayor serves on the MPO board or organization. He's a part of the organization.
It's the board, our policy board, correct.
Okay, well, it seemed like the mayor, you should be giving us an update from time to time as to what's going on. You can bring information back, and that'll help us out a lot to understand this process, so.
Well, just to clarify that these projects are in our cost feasible plan. So staff reaches out to the cities and tells them that your project is up for funding in this time band. We work with the city staff and say, we would like to start engaging with your communities to start building that concept that we can get a good rough order of magnitude so that we have a budget to work with, and ask the federal government for that dollar amount to be carved out for your project going forward. So that's exactly what we did. Usually the board members are not into the weeds per se on these type of matters.
I found out about it through an email, and the email gave the location, whatever, and I just showed up there, not knowing who else was going to be there, but I just received the email, and I was not given the instructions to inform my district or the people that live around that area of the project. So maybe I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I'm just saying that I wanted the residents to be more informed and more aware what to expect and what's coming. That's all. Thank you.
Good. All right. Let's see.
Mr. Mayor. Hi. I'm the project manager for the Pompano projects. I just want to say I'm fairly new. I'm young as well. Oh, my name is Kayla Razzie, by the way. But I just wanted to say that we went out to Northwest 15th Street and Northwest 27th Avenue, and we personally went to the schools, Eli, Blanchie. We went to a couple of different schools, like elementary schools. We actually handed out the flyers to the staff there to let them know and let the people, to give that to the parents as well. We just try to do everything we could to go out and give people the actual physical flyer, because I did hear that, I heard that sometimes when people had a little technical problems with doing it on social media, so we tried to do it actual passing it out. We didn't have the capacity to actually go door to door, but we did it that way. And I wanted to go back to your question, Vice Mayor, was for 15th Street. I got this in one of the meetings. I attended all the meetings, and I wanted to say that I talked to them. I talked to the ladies there too, very nice. That for the future of Pompano and 15th Street with in regards of bike lanes, I was trying to let everyone know that we kind of look forward to the future rather than the now. We would like to focus on the now, but we are trying to improve the future. So I was trying to let them know, because they were saying how oh, well, no one really bikes, but you never know in the future. We're trying to prepare everything with the roads that we're working on for the future as well. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Fezzik, okay, questions? Questions only.
Sorry, I just have since this project, well, actually both of them, and I want to thank you, first of all, before I ask my question, thank you for trying to do additional outreach with something that technically is our responsibility to reach out to residents. So I want to say thank you for the extra work you did first. Mr. Harrison, is it possible, since we are, it's clear that we all want to have some input, we think it's a great idea, we just want to make sure more people have insight, is it possible for us to have the meeting, a workshop or something publicly noticed and held here in Commission chambers, broadcast and recorded, and really work in partnership with MPO to make sure we get the word out to maybe do newsletter? We do a lot of things through the city with our strategic, social media director, all those things. So Mr. Harrison, is that something that you can commit to, that
Yes,
you'll help
ma'am.
us? Thank you very much.
You bet.
That made your job a little easier. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
On the motion?
On the motion.
No, to postpone.
Yes.
Motion to postpone, correct?
Yes, yes,
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, endorsing the preferred alternative concept for Northwest 27th Avenue and supporting efforts of the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, to design and recommend capital improvement projects and to establish eligibility for federal funding, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner?
Thank you. I pulled this for the same reason that I also pulled item number 2. I heard that the feedback was something that was lacking and wanted to make sure that we did the same thing. So basically, and here's how I'll frame it. If we're looking at this as a thinking forward to the future, we have certain things that are sort of set in stone that we have to work with, then I really think it's important that we have community feedback from more than 70 people. So, and not just the districts that this affects directly, but also we're one Pompano, we're one city. So it should have, if we're trying to connect all the dots and be one city with a new downtown, then I feel like we really need to make sure that we're taking the time to get it right from all aspects. Because let's face it, if we're talking about biking or whatever, well, I know I've heard in many instances, well, what about a golf cart lane? Because there's a lot of people who might come east to west, but they don't want to take it down a major corridor, right? But they would come to visit the new downtown or connect the dots, go to the Pomp, whatever it may be, if they had another, they might not get on a bike, but they'll get on a golf cart. So I wanted to postpone this. Again, I'll postpone it to the same date, or I'll make a motion to postpone it to April 28th, as long as that doesn't affect your date as well.
Second.
So we can move forward at the same time and get the feedback at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion to postpone this item until April 28th, moved by Commissioner Fezzik, seconded by Commissioner Perkins. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Smith.
Again, you've got to look at the two projects. This is 27th Avenue, and it's residential. It's traffic calming. Meetings were well attended, and I think the difference is Collier City is so much smaller than 15th Street, and we have an active civic association in Collier City, and they were involved with promoting this and getting people to attend. So I would not like to see this project postponed. I understand and I supported postponing the 15th Street because it is extremely different types of projects. I would like to see us continue to move forward with the 27th Avenue. I think it can get done a lot quicker because it's much smaller. And let's go ahead and do that traffic calming for the residents of Collier City. So I'm not going to support postponing this agenda item.
Mayor, may I speak?
Very good. Mr. Saropoulos?
Yeah. I would just like to.
Volume, yeah.
I would just like to read some highlights that are proposed here for 27th. We got pedestrian lighting, enhanced bus stop locations, raised intersections with always stops, high visibility crosswalks, landscaping, and so forth. All of this is meant to enhance the mobility and also improve safety at the cost of federal dollars. So I just want to put that out there. I would also like to add that 27th Avenue is time sensitive.
Okay. That was going to be my question. Is this time sensitive? So if we delayed this until April 28th, it would impact
Yes, it would.
the project moving forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are they different?
Yeah, what is the difference? Just out of curiosity.
May I?
Yes, please.
Again, Andrew Riddle for the record, Broward MPO. So this project does have a financial management number in the Transportation Improvement Program, which is our CIP. We do have funding in fiscal year 29 for engineering and design, and then construction will follow in about 3 years from 2029. So if the direction is to not move forward with the project, we do need to remove it from the tip immediately.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick?
Right, so you said you have design plan for in the essentially capital improvement plan for 2029, correct? Is it, if we approve it on the 28th, then would it still be okay? I mean, what is the timeline that we're looking at?
So we have to get prepared for putting our next, so our tip is a 5-year
Okay.
plan. So we are coming up into fiscal year 27. So 2 years out, we have a design phase already in place for this project.
Okay. That's just in the design, so getting additional feedback likely wouldn't be a bad thing.
So my point is whenever we do have a schedule with FDOT on developing our tip, and that is imminent. I mean, we would really, actually, we asked for these commission meetings in February, but we did give another extra, time for you all to get this to your commission. So it would affect us getting this project into the new tip.
Okay, so this seems to be a recurring problem, not for you, but for us. We have a city manager who likes to make us have situations where we don't have the opportunity sometimes to get additional feedback or questions answered, and now we're forced into we're just got to approve it or we're going to lose it kind of thing. And I don't want that to be the case here. Is there any possibility of us being able to extend it to the 28th? Would the 28th be too long, or can we? I'm going to ask it a few more times, Commissioner, until I get an answer. Thank you.
Sorry, he answered.
No, I'm sorry. Commissioner was asking, how many more times am I going to ask the question? Well, I'm trying to find a solution here. Thank you.
I mean,
Can we?
So the 28th, so we're going to have you're asking for a workshop, and there's going to be changes potentially, and then that could change the funding. And then I'm already past the deadline that I would need to submit this to FDOT for incorporation in our TIP. So if the dollar amounts change, the scope of work changes, that is problematic. It is.
How many people attended the meeting since it was said a few times that there was well attended, how many people attended the meeting for this project?
I know that there were 20 people in person, and then there were others that were virtual, from my understanding. And I do have actually the screenshots of the attendance record.
I have them here, Andrew.
Thank you. How many? Do you know how many?
How many attended?
For 27th?
Yes.
For 27th on June 25th, 2025. 27.
And how many of that was staff?
How many of that was what?
Staff?
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, can you please, if you've got something to say, you can wait until audience participation if we have it on this particular item. Otherwise, please don't interrupt. Go ahead, Commissioner Fessick.
Seven staff, one elected official.
Okay, so that's 12 people then.
20.
Right, but minus
Yeah.
staff and elected official, so 12 people from the public.
No, 27 total minus, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear what everybody else has to think about this, but I really think this needs to be part of our overall project, and conversation needs to be made with the residents.
Very good. Further commission discussion on
Yes,
the motion.
Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
I agree with trying to get more people involved in the Collier City area of what's going on here. And if I can remember correctly, the meeting was June of this year?
June of last year.
Oh, well,
There were 2 meetings last year.
Commissioner, you really weren't involved in Collier City at that point. You were elected, but you just recently got involved in giving some attention to Collier City.
I've been involved with Collier City since I was elected.
No, darling. No. So I think we should try to reach out to a few more people in the Collier City area. See, I guarantee you I can walk up and down 27th now and knock on doors and ask people, do they know about this? And I'm sure they're going to say no. So I would like for more people to be informed, involved with such a big project, $15 million. I think they should be more involved and have a little more input with what's going on there. That's it.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Smith.
It's $5 million that there's a chance we're going to lose it, and it's a lot of safety. It's very different than 15th Street. This is lighting, this is sidewalks, this is pedestrian crossing. Don't want to lose this for District 5. And there's a chance we'll lose it if you postpone this till April 28th.
Well,
I'm begging you, commissioners, to support District 5 in a safety project on 27th Avenue, our main road in the community.
I really like,
Commissioner Perkins.
yes,
Further commission discussion.
I'm good.
I've got Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
I would just like to say, if I had a spot in my district for this type of improvement, I would be all over it. This is awesome, and again, I'm going to say, this money isn't out there forever. We compete with the other 31 cities in Broward County. And this is like Christmas, to be able to be ranked 1 for a project. And I know 27th Avenue as well. It's a racetrack. There is, it has been a problem. And, excuse me, I don't need the comments from the
Yes,
audience.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mayor.
please. Let's keep it quiet out there. Thank you.
There's so many people that walk in Collier City. And the neighborhood is just looking great. I, too, want to see this enhancements. I, too, do not want to lose this for Collier City, for any part of the city. This is a wonderful thing. And I cannot support postponing it. And it would be a shame to lose this. This would be something great. And I also wonder whether Phyllis Smith and her Improvement Association, I'm sure they do a newsletter. I'm sure this has been out to the public. All you have to do is take a look at this picture and go, oh yeah, that would be great. It's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the postponing. Commissioner Fessick.
I agree. Money is great, and especially when it comes from federally funded, having the ability to have this project, that would be a blessing to the neighborhood. I agree. But like Commissioner Sigerstein said, you know, it's like Christmas. But if we don't tell Santa what we want, then we're going to end up with a pink bunny suit. So, I mean, we have to just get it right. And so I want to make sure that we give the community the opportunity to have their input before we just start throwing money at something or potentially starting a project, doing something. We just replaced roundabouts that didn't work. And that was on us. I want to make sure we get something right for the community, and that's most important, is to make sure we get it right for the people who live there. Thank you.
Further commission discussion on the motion
Yes.
to postpone. Commissioner
Mayor.
Perkins.
I find it, I don't know the words to say, but you're sitting on this particular board or this planning organization, and I've never heard you say anything about it on this dais. And even now, you have no input. If we vote this down, and if we miss the deadline by the 28th of next month, is there a possibility, or does it ever come back again, or it's gone for good? We could never get this funding.
Who can address that?
I would have to get back to you on that. It's really going to be up to the MPO board.
But is this something that you apply for funding every year?
No, it is not.
It's not.
It has been in the Metropolitan Transportation Plan since 2020, whenever it was adopted.
Like 5 years or so? 6?
6 years ago, yeah.
Okay. So what is the bigger plan? Okay, we're gonna spend 15 million on 27th, and we're gonna spend 10 million on 15th Street. So 5 million. So what is the bigger plan after that? After that improvement has been done, what's next?
I don't think I understand your question. So there's a list of projects.
Okay.
These two projects were ranked high. Some of them are in different funding bands. As you saw with 15th, it's in a lower funding band. But 27th is actually in the 5-year work program. So it's gearing up to getting close to a design phase. And to enter a design phase, it's really good to know what the cost estimates are going to be so that it easily moves into the design phase. And we're asking for the right amount of money for the design phase. Then whenever you get into the design phase, at 30% design, it'll go back to the community for input. And then the designer will incorporate what they heard from the community, and then they'll go to a 60% design and make sure that everything was incorporated with the community's input. After 60%, it goes to final design, and then it goes out to bid for construction.
Okay.
But what we're trying to do with this concept development process is to get a better cost estimate and a better scope of work so that whenever we get to design, we kind of know exactly what we're getting into. Because what's happening is a lot of projects and past projects have been underfunded, and what happens is they either die or the cities have to come up with the funding gap and not, being covered with the federal funds.
Okay, so my question again is, once 27th is completed, the project is completed totally, and the 15th Street project is completed, is that the end of all of this for MPO?
No. We have a list of priority projects that are, I don't know the number of them, but there are at least in this type of category, I think there's probably 50 to 60 projects in the list. So
In other words, when you finish 27th,
Mhm.
it's completed.
Right?
You have other plans to do something else there?
Else on 27?
Yes.
No.
Okay, what about Northwest 15th Street? Once you're done with that and it's completed project, is there anything outside of that you have for the future to be done there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I think the way to think about this is almost like our CIP or something, like a long-term plan. Things go into it, but they don't happen right away, and some things fall by the wayside, and some things get done over time. But these are long-term projects. So, Mr. Harrison, this has been in the pipeline for 6 years, is what I heard. There were community input meetings 10 months ago. The MPO folks were ready to present this to us 2 or 3 months ago, but we're somehow sitting here today where we have to make this decision today, or we risk losing the project. How did that happen?
This is the first I've heard that they would have liked to have seen this in February. So I'm not exactly sure what all went on for it to come up tonight, but I believe the staff that has been working on this has been under the impression that this is $5 million federal for Northwest 27th and $10 million federal for Northwest 15th Street. And I believe the staff had the impression that no one would be against it.
Assuming what we're going to think seems a little risky with this board, especially when things are thrown at us out of complete surprise. I've never seen this plan until it showed up in the agenda. If there was a community input meeting 10 months ago and this plan was done back in December or January, why didn't we get that from you or from someone, from staff, to say, hey, this is coming your way, this is what those community input sessions resulted in? To just have it thrown at us where we have to make a decision is very frustrating. I do see these projects as very different, so I actually agree with Commissioner Smith that this one is much simpler. It is lighting and sidewalks and raised intersections in a smaller segment of roadway. But so that I understand your point there. But my problem is with the process that we end up here. That something that's been in the pipeline for so long and that's been sitting around completed is a surprise to us the week before. So I would expect better. Thank you.
Further commission discussion on the motion to postpone. Seeing none, let's go.
I'm going to just make one more plea.
Commissioner Smith.
Whether it should have been here in February or not, please do not let Collier City lose the opportunity for these improvements on 27th. Thank you.
Very good. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant.
This is on the motion to
Postpone.
postpone.
On the motion to postpone, yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
No. We're back on the original item. Commission discussion. Or let's see. Commissioner Fessick, you are the one who pulled it. Very good. Now it's time to open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I actually have no problem with this. First of all, Barry Moss was commissioner at the time, and I highly doubt Barry ever traveled Northwest 27th Avenue unless he had a police escort. And I don't know you very well, but I have a feeling you also need a police escort also. Okay? First of all, none of yous know this street. She may, but that's about it. There are sidewalks up and down that street. All you need to do is power wash the sidewalks. Now, we don't have the police chief here anymore, but I don't think he can't get involved. Are you putting speed bumps down? Yes or no? You said traffic calming. What is that then?
I'm going to read to you the high level again.
Because I don't read the backups anymore. I got better things.
Pedestrian lighting, enhanced bus stop locations, raised intersections, okay, high visibility crosswalks, and some landscaping.
And this is all going to cost $5 million? I would like to see the supplies and just a list of how much each thing costs for each supply for $5 million. Because, okay, so I saw traffic calming on there. That really got to me because there really is no speeding on that street. The only speeding on that street, and I'm there twice a week for several hours, okay? I see what goes on up and down the street, and I actually then feed some of the people that walk up and down the street. All right, you're not there, I've never seen you. In fact, I'm about the only white person that's ever there. So don't tell me you are there. And we know Barry was never there, okay? So on that street, we have a new police station. We may as well call that the Berry Building Part 2, because I haven't seen a cop car there yet. Just like the Berry Building is pretty much vacant. So you want to fix this street. I really don't have much of a problem with what you want to do. It's $5 million. It sounds like an awful lot of money for that street. And like I said, as long as you're not touching anything on that street, because the police speed up and down that street, you have fire trucks, the police speed down that street for one main reason, to get from Atlantic to Martin Luther King Boulevard when there's a problem. That's when I see them. And when I was there the other day, 2 police cars went down that street. God knows how fast they were going. And there is no problem with speeding as far as I know, because you've got a lot of kids that run around there, and you got a lot of dope addicts that are walking across the street like zombies, so you got to drive 25 miles per hour. If not, you kill them. And don't lie, you were never there.
Very good. Next speaker.
Tundra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street. I'm not against this project, but what I am against is we're always kind of just being left in the dark. My business is over there, so I frequent the area often, and I just think that we're always the last one to get the information or be invited to the party, but we're really hosting the party, and I just don't think that that's fair to the residents. I could have notified a lot of my parents. I found out about the meeting the day of the meeting. Someone came to 15th Street to one of the residents and knocked on the door and said, there's a very important meeting tonight about 15th Street and 27th Avenue. And we're like, what meeting? And they said, oh, it's going to be $10 million. They're going to improve the streets. And we're like, what? So I called my 4 sisters, and then they called some other people. So that's how I heard about the meeting. And then we showed up to Commissioner Smith's meeting. Again, it's just, everything is just hodgepodge, like thrown together as if we're always an afterthought. And that just grinds my gears every time. Why can't 6 years we've known about this? Why didn't we know about it right after you knew about it? There should be something on our website. I know we have that things, I see them sometime with P&Z about buildings and how much we're building, what we propose to build, but we have to be realistic. Are the people that live there, are they going on the website to see, oh, Pompano's proposing these following projects? We have to find another way. We miss it almost every time. I'm talking about the Northwest because that's where I live and work and play. We miss it every time. Mayor, we miss it. We have to find another way to communicate to the people to get the information out. It's going to impact us the most. Yes, you guys might come through there once a year for a ribbon cutting, but I go through there every day, and it's not fair to us. We need to know these things. We should have known it 6 years ago so that we really truly could have some input. And if we don't know about it, we can then research and ask people that know, that feel, hey, is it okay with the sidewalks? We have a lot of babies down there to the park. That we drop our kids off to the aftercare program down there. And again, I just wish we would be considered more and our input would really matter, because right now it doesn't feel as though it matters about anything, not the downtown project, not the 15th Street project, just always in the dark. And I don't think that's fair, but I think this is a good project, and I think it would be good to further enhance that street, and hopefully that would curtail the crime and some of the other things that I'm concerned about in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Jackie Moreland. Where do I live? 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, Pompano. Hi, I'm back. I took a break because y'all were working my nerves really bad. But anyway, you know what really is baffling to me? You sit on the board with these people, and you're our mayor, and you never said anything to us about the 15th Street project or the one on 27th. Our family businesses in your district. I attend church. My pastor prayed today. Our church is in Collier City. There was no notice about this meeting. We found out just like my sister said. And it was not 27 people in there. I've gone to both of the meetings. And if you're counting 27, you're counting yourselves. And we did talk about some of the things that we did want and didn't want in the project. But what also baffles me, Commissioner Eaton, how some of you all can tell us what's best for our neighborhood better than we can. Because it's all money and it's a big amount of money doesn't mean that that's what we want for our community. Just as my sister said, I don't pass through Collier City. I go through there every day. I live there. My church is there. Our business is in the area. So you can't speak for us and what's best for our community. It's always, as my sister said, an afterthought. We're intelligent. We care about where we live. You may not see this room with a lot of us, but that doesn't mean we don't care. And you're our mayor, and you're a part of this, and you knew these monies were coming and how they needed to be spent. And just one of the things that we're talking about is about widening the sidewalks and what it looks like for the future. Okay, you may want that for the future, but we're talking about right now. I'm 65 years old. I've lived in Pompano, the northwest section, college and back, and I'm still there. And my neighborhood, I know it well. So let us meet with you all. Let us tell you what we need for our community and not you telling us what we gotta have because it's a big amount of money. I don't go on the beach and tell you what's best for the beach. I don't go in Palmer and say what's best for Palmer. I know the northwest section. I live, breathe, eat, and sleep it. I work with the children there, my church is there, my family's there, and I love where I live. I know it better than you and anybody else. You know where you live, I know where I live. I know what's going to make better in my community just as you do. So hear us when we come up here. It's very discouraging to come up here time after time, month after month to say the same thing and nothing is done. Hear us when we speak.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record, please.
All right, Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. So this is actually in the district that I live in. I'm not opposed to the project, it's just the process, again, that we're following. We in Pompano don't tend to follow the process. Now, one thing I do want to say, because I heard it while I was in the lobby, I think, Commissioner, you said Phyllis Smith, Phyllis Smith. Every time when they come down to Collier City, Phyllis Smith, Phyllis Smith. Well, Phyllis Smith ain't my mama. Phyllis Smith don't pay the taxes at 2601. Phyllis Smith house ain't bigger than my house. So let me say, she can't speak on behalf of Collier City. Now, what you need to change and say is the greater Collier City, the housing authority or housing, whatever the group is called, that's what they recommend. But I don't care what Phyllis Smith wants. Phyllis Smith can't represent me. She can't represent 2601. She can't represent Delvin King, Nesby King, and Alonzo King. She can't represent us. So stop saying that. Stop. Just stop. So now let's get back to it. We gotta communicate more. Y'all want to pay all these consultants. You know, you want to pay Serica all this money. She live in the Northwest. I mean, she live over there in District 5, over there in that little house on 2nd. She live over there. Why she ain't communicated? She getting $150,000. Why Serica didn't come tell us about this? She could tell us about everything else. She could run her mouth on the podcast that she texts you about. Y'all text about the podcast. Oh, that was nice. Yeah, you got on them. You remember that text message you sent Serica? Y'all could talk about that, but you couldn't talk about this meeting that we were supposed to have. You represent me. Well, you don't represent me. I do my own thing. But you're supposed to represent Collier City, but you do more Palmer and more dirty work for Barry. You know, the We Love Barry signs. I'm glad that's gone, Lord Jesus. But listen, communicate more with the you're going to be our commissioner for a little while longer. Communicate with us. Hopefully, I can take your seat, but communicate more with us. Let us know what's going on. Mr. Mayor, if you know stuff that's going on, we should know. Let us know. Collier City is a part of Pompano too. Beverly Perkins shouldn't be the only person that's representing Collier City as well, because there's a lot of work that she do for us because nobody else won't do it. They just don't care. And the only time y'all come over is when it's time to ribbon cutting. And you right, Commissioner Eaton, you did come walk maybe 10 feet from your car to the, what that is, the new police station. That's as far as I seen you walk. But y'all ain't walk up and down 27. I'm born and raised 27. You ain't walk, you ain't do it. You ain't out there with us. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth DeBolt. I live at 2560 Northeast 22nd Street. And I can have some compassion for these people, because when I moved in, I never was told my house flooded. A little while ago, maybe 6 months ago, maybe longer than that, they started a new project in my area without telling me early in the morning, and I get up early. They dug out all my rock, and they took it away. I have no place to park now. They just said, well, we needed a holding tank. So they put one in front of my house. So now I'm probably back to flooding again, because the basin to basin won't even allow it to flow. It doesn't work that way. And they put basins in. They didn't even know what they were doing. And now everybody else got asphalt in their property except for me. I'm the basin, and the guy across the street who floods terrible too. They didn't take, and one little house with a little girl that
Ma'am, if I could ask you to get back to the item that we're on, okay?
Well, the item that we're on is there is no communication in this town. None. And then things aren't done properly. And if you speed them, haste is of the devil. Okay? You need to take time and realize what you're doing before you're going to spend $15 million. Wow, 27 people, $15 million. Can I have $15 million? I'd love to have it to fix the drive that they screwed up in. And I can't even put a drive in now. I can't even get zoning to pass it. And I don't know why. It's taken them forever. That's another thing. Things take forever. They're not done properly. There's no communication. This city is messed up. You know, I was born in Miami. We never had these problems. You all got problems. I mean, it's not you. I don't know who it is. I don't know who's to blame, but somebody needs to start communicating and having patience. Patience is a virtue, and finding out what the problems are exactly and nailing them and getting them taken care of, though, with quick response. Once you know what's going on, how to solve it. Because it takes forever. I'm a little person without this drive. I'm trying to put the money in, and it was gonna be done illegally by the city. And I don't even wanna get into that. And I'm the one that said, no, I will not do that. You know what happened? They shut me down. So now I'm still waiting. Well, I hope the next person has better than me. I hope you take time, think about this before you ruin somebody else's life.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Mayor,
Mr. Fessig?
Just want to address that. If you wouldn't mind, Elizabeth, let's get together and I'll make sure after the meeting. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessig.
Well, I guess I'll start then. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I agree. I don't think that improvements are a bad thing. Don't. But Elizabeth mentioned that there was no communication in the city. She was right. Ms. Moreland mentioned there was lack of communication in the city. I think we've all mentioned there's lack of communication in the city. This is not enough to warrant. If Ms. Moreland and Ms. King, and how many other sisters, I'm not sure how you brought, or they called that one night, and there were 27 people, and 8 were staff, well, 7 staff, one elected. and then your sisters and a small group of people, then we're talking about one family that got input and maybe like 3 or 4 others, depending on how many. I mean, well, and I appreciate that, but this is one of those situations where I have to agree that the responsibility, as Elizabeth asked, where does the responsibility lie? Well, Mayor Hardin, if you knew about this for 6 years and you're part of this MPO planning, why didn't we know about this? Mr. Harrison, if you knew about this, or staff, it's your job. We can't ask staff. It's your job to tell us what's coming down the pike. And we have asked to be informed about things that are pending before we get blocked into these things where we could use it or lose it, right? And so now our hands are tied yet again because we want something nice for the community, but we don't want to necessarily make it something that they don't want. I'd actually have a question for Major Elwood, of all people, related to Northwest 27th Avenue. Thank you. So my question to you, because it was brought up as well, that you often have to move quickly up and down Northwest 27th for whatever reason. Do you, or are you aware of speeding instances, or traffic infractions on that street? Is it a problem area for speeding at the moment?
Specifically Northwest 27th Avenue?
Yes, sir.
We have, I would say, on a lot of streets in Pompano, we have traffic issues. It's a systemic issue across the country, and we deal with it on 27th Avenue, but a lot of places in Pompano.
Okay. The reason I ask that is just because, and do you find that if we did a traffic or a raised intersection, for example, which I agree would be traffic calming, I remember somebody else mentioning, would those traffic calming things be with raised intersections, would they be like speed humps, or would they be just the raised intersections that sort of slowly, to Kimley Horn, I guess, would those be something that are going to prohibit an ambulance or a fire truck or something from going quickly through those intersections? Or can we be part of that design project?
In response to the question regarding the raised intersections, they would not be like speed humps. They would be more gradual climbs. They would be designed to accommodate emergency response vehicles.
That's a great answer, because I think that's one of the things that has been an issue for us before. Okay, I'm with questions for now. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Okay, so we've, on 27, we've installed two, I guess 2 or 3, 2. We just installed 2 speed humps there. So to slow the traffic, and I haven't been hearing a lot of complaints since the speed humps have been installed. However, with this project, do you plan to remove those speed humps? Because they were put there about maybe 4 months ago?
I did not see that in the preliminary concepts, removing them.
Oh, so they're going to remain there? Okay, all right.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
I just want to respond to how I distributed information about the MPO over at the Collier City Library. Is I received an email with a flyer attached, and I believe Commissioner Perkins, you received the same email. I just happened to open it and see what it was, and I was excited about it because I had read some MPO stuff and I knew the project was coming. So you did give me a flyer, you did email me a flyer. I had them printed and I distributed them around Collier City at the library, at McNair Center, and I published the announcement in my newsletter. So that's how I was able to get to it, and I also let the Collier City Civic Association, through Phyllis Smith, communicate that to her membership. So that's how I communicated to Collier City, and that's probably why we had a little bit better attendance, but it's also, it's just a small community, so I think it's different. But again, I'm asking you to please not let us lose this $5 million project for safety on 27th Avenue for the residents of Collier City.
I understand that.
Commissioner Perkins?
I understand that, Commissioner. I'm just as passionate about Collier City as you are. However, I don't think that the Collier City Homeowners Association speak for the entire Collier City and Esquire Lakes community. There are a lot of different levels of groups there that you're probably not aware of. I'm glad I connected you with the Little League so you can kind of see what's going on there as well. However, we just have to do more in communicating. And I'm sitting here feeling some kind of way like 6 years is a long time. And maybe someone never brought it to my attention, the importance of this. And here we are at this deadline where this has been lingering for, 6 years? And we're at this point, and I can see the two gentlemen there somewhat frustrated because they want this to pass and go through, but just wish that we were really on top of this and I had this information much sooner and earlier, because this would have been an easy whatever. But I just think that the community needs to be well informed what's going on, what to expect. Because of course, you know, my phone is going to start ringing if they start construction. What are they doing? What are, you know, it's just that. So I just, it's needed. 27th need a lot of improvements, a lot of issues we have in Collier City, as well as the 15th Street. But as I stated earlier, I just like to see the residents have a little bit more input, and we do a little bit more outreach in the area of Collier City, and include Esquire Lakes in that as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Perkins, I'd like to respond to that.
Let's go ahead.
Just to reassure you, as Mr. Riddle said, there is flexibility. This is just the preliminary concepts right now. There will be more public outreach during the design.
Okay, but what you have in place right now is what you're submitting with the grant.
High-level concepts, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Just a question. So let's say, because I think everybody's in agreement here, we don't want the Northwest, we don't want 27th to lose out on an opportunity. Would it be possible, Mr. Harrison, for us to, since the design concept is flexible, with, like you said, 30% or whatever, there's still the ability. I'm assuming that you still have flexibility in discussing the project, even if you move it forward financially, to get that input at the same meeting we're already planning on having before the 28th. Would it be possible for us to add a discussion item, Mr. Harrison, to that same meeting, so that we can then, if we want to move this forward, we can then at least be able to provide that same information? I mean, they're already going to be here holding the meeting, so why not kill two birds with one stone and get additional feedback for the Northwest 27th project?
You're asking if you could have a discussion item at the workshop with regard to the Northwest 15th Street meeting to make a decision on moving that project forward, but you want to have a discussion item on Northwest 27th Avenue at the same meeting?
I'm just saying that the main, everything that everybody said here is that they want public feedback. We want the community to have a chance to speak. So since we're going to be having a meeting anyway, if we were to move this forward, can we please, my request would be, I'd like to do that, but make sure that we add the conversation regarding Northwest 27th to that meeting we're having, mainly just to give them the feedback that they would be needing from the residents that we're already going to be reaching out to and having a meeting anyway. It wouldn't affect anything. It would just be making sure that we have the communication.
Commissioner, I believe that they were held in separate locations. Were they held in separate locations previously?
Yes.
Yeah, that's to.
So they were held in separate locations, but that's what I was saying. I asked for specifically if we could have the location here be publicly recorded, have people be able to come up to you know, and be able to communicate for our, you know, a workshop or a meeting here where it's recorded and people can go on and check it out. Because obviously we have a big problem with the way that these meetings are set up, and it's not just this one. It's a lot of those meetings. They're poorly attended. And so if we can make it a better push to get the feedback from residents and they know where this is, they know what time it is, we can publicly notice it, we can have it recorded so that and we can have the feedback link back for both projects. It just makes more sense for us to do something proactively when we have the opportunity to do so. So obviously the neighborhood meetings didn't necessarily work, so let's try to get people here. That's all. There's a question. I'm trying to find solutions to move this project
So,
forward.
do you guys from MPO see a problem with mixing the discussions on the one meeting where we're hedging our bet on the 28th, but going into the meeting with this project approved, but go ahead and discuss it anyway?
Mayor,
Wait, let's, go ahead.
We can take the information back, but are you asking us to rework the plans and actually add or delete scope that could impact cost estimates? Because that's what we need. We need a scope and we need cost estimate for the transportation improvement program.
To clarify, since it was my question, what you said was a 30%, there's a design that goes back to the community for input. Then 60%, at 60% it goes out for final design. So because we're at the zero, I mean, are we at the 30% or 60%? Where are we in community feedback?
So we have design scheduled in fiscal year 29.
Okay.
So we're not in design yet.
Okay, so before you head into design, on the front end, would it be helpful to you to have additional community feedback so that you don't waste any additional funding designing something that the community doesn't want?
Well, the past year was that exercise.
Right, all right, thank you.
But it's like John was saying a while ago, I don't know if you guys caught that, but John was saying that there will be additional meetings. So I think what you're concerned about is having a forum for the public to talk about more specifics with regard to the design. And yes, that will happen if you accept the project.
That's not a fact. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I meant what I was trying to do is make sure that the residents that are saying they want to have more input, maybe we tie an approval. Maybe I make a motion to tie approval to the fact that we do add it as an agenda item, so that we do give the community feedback, and you can go, and then that way you have something to take away, and you walk away from it. So I'm trying to find a solution here that fits everybody.
Commissioner, I think the future design meetings will actually be more productive and have more participation because they'll have more substance with them when they're at 30%, at 60%. These are just concept plans at this point.
I disagree. I disagree entirely because we've seen how City Hall concept worked out. When we were given two choices, hey, pick one. I mean, I disagree. I feel like before you start putting pen to paper, input is valuable.
Well, we advertised on the city's website. We had neighborhood flyers. There was in-person and also virtual. We had 2 meetings per corridor. I don't know what more we could have done.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to say, if we were to approve it now, all I'm saying is we add it to the meeting we're already planning on having, right? So that nothing actually happens. If we approve it and it moves forward anyway, all it is a chance, since we're going to have a meeting regardless related to a separate neighborhood project, but we are one city, and a lot of people who live in District 4, they go to school in District 5. It's not like we just stay in our own little bubbles all the time. We travel. One Pompano Beach. We travel throughout the city. So I'm just saying that the feedback may be valuable to you to take with you moving forward. That is my only goal here, is to actually provide value while not losing an opportunity.
Yeah, Mary?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that is a reasonable request. As long as we're not adding more scope and more funding, that we can program the project with this resolution, that'd be acceptable, and we can hear your additional comments at the April meeting that we can, incorporate whenever we get to the final design. Will that be acceptable?
That's my request. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but that would be acceptable to me. Thank you.
Sure, because I mean, it's, if people want to give comments on this project, they can make comments on this project at that meeting.
That's,
Further commission discussion? Well, I certainly support this. I want to see it move forward, and so that's it.
Mayor, it's,
Mr. Perkins.
for me,
Commissioner, just to be fair, questions, okay? Already spoken twice on this.
thank you. I don't need to be reminded. Thank you. I know you're tired of it because you know all about it. But what I'm concerned about is you seem to be, well, let me put it as a question so you better receive it. I seem to think because you sat on this organizational board, there's got to be more to it because you never brought it to our attention. And that's what I'm trying to sit here and figure out. There's got to be more to this. I don't know what it is, but I know how politics work, but there is a reason you never brought it up to this board or this commission. Is there a reason?
Question?
You just didn't inform? That's a question to you. Why didn't you inform
I'm not
us?
responding to questions like this, Commissioner. If you got a
Excuse me?
question for staff?
Answer the question. You said I can ask a question. My question is, why didn't you inform commissioners or people sitting up here on this dais about this project earlier?
Commissioner, I'm not going to respond to your questions.
You just said I could ask one.
You can ask.
She's raising her hand over there.
You've got the floor.
She's raising her hand.
You've got the floor.
She's raising her hand.
I got time.
You want to sit here and look at me? I know I look good. I look good.
You've got the floor, Commissioner.
So do you.
No, technically, Commissioner, you have the floor, so go ahead.
All right. Well, technically, Mary, you have the floor. You go ahead. Clock is ticking.
Is there more you'd like to ask about?
I just asked you a question. You refused to answer it.
I'm not going to answer it.
Why? You're the mayor.
Commissioner Perkins?
You want to shut everybody down at the podium. You don't want to answer any questions. You want to control the meetings. I mean, come on, do something up here.
What's your question, Commissioner Perkins?
Why didn't you inform the commissioners sitting on this dais about the MPO and what was going on with it before today?
Commissioner Perkins, I told you before when you asked this question, I'm not going to respond to your questions of me.
Why?
I don't want to.
You don't know anything about what's going on with MPO?
I don't want to.
You don't attend their meetings on a regular basis?
What's your questions of the staff? Do you have any questions of staff, Commissioner Perkins?
Just ask you.
Do you have any questions of staff?
Ask the mayor. You're the only person sitting on this dais that is a part of MPO.
That's correct.
And the question is put to you.
Commissioner Perkins, I'm not going to respond to your questions of me. Do you have any further questions of staff on this matter?
I need you to answer that question.
Commissioner, I'm going to
Clock
rule
is
you
ticking.
out of order now. Thank you.
Good. It's not the first time. You want to take a break?
No, I'll move on. Further commission
Usually when you
discussion.
can't handle things, you want to take a break.
Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins, I'll take a stab at answering it for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think he either doesn't know.
He doesn't know?
He either doesn't know about it, doesn't understand it, or more likely enjoys knowing more than the rest of us do.
Oh.
And that is always my frustration.
Wait a minute. Repeat
There's
that again.
asymmetric information. There is
You said one?
asymmetric. Those are the options, right? I gave you some options.
Okay, repeat them again.
Mr. Perkins, please.
There he doesn't know.
Vice Mayor has the floor.
He doesn't
understand.
Doesn't understand.
Or he likes knowing more than we do.
He likes more, I think.
And I think it's option C. I think
C too.
I think he's well aware of these projects and could have used his report. We have reports at the end of all these meetings just to give an update on that, right? A couple minutes on that before we say Merry Christmas. You know, we use a lot of words in our reports that don't convey real things, just, sentiments and nice subtleties, but the substance is sometimes missing, right? So this is an opportunity to communicate the substance, and it didn't happen. And I tend to think, based on history here, that asymmetric information serves certain people better. I feel that way often, when I look at contracts that are signed, and you're like, well, the city manager knew about it and the mayor knew about it, their signatures are on it, but none of the rest of us even knew about things.
Right.
So that's my guess.
Great. Thank you for answering that for me. I appreciate it.
Actually, I have a question.
Further Commissioner Fessick.
Will this or an MPO update be part of our State of the City address or the script for that? Will you address it at the meeting that we have on Tuesday?
Don't know.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the item. Vice Mayor.
Sorry, quick question. You don't know about your State of the City presentation? Is that the answer?
That's correct.
You're not working on it? See, some people also have help from staff doing everything for them, unlike the rest of us who have to do everything ourselves in the face of staff fighting us.
Further commission discussion on the item? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
What do we call it and roll on the motion?
Motion?
The motion? No.
Commissioner Fezzik?
It's the item.
It's the item.
Oh, it's the item?
The motion to
Item.
approve, yeah.
It's 27th Avenue.
Motion to approve. It's on the floor.
Motion to approve.
Correct. The motion to approve, item number 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Item number 3.
Item 3.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute recess. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commissioner, March 24th, 2026, after the break. Okay, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 5 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Alltech Industries, Inc. to purchase public utility equipment with related accessories and supplies in an amount not to exceed $288,738 as identified and approved in the FY 2026 budget, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Berman, you read 2026 budget, but it's printed 2025 budget in the agenda.
I'm reading it, let's see, on the computer, it's 2026, and I assumed it was the current one. The agenda may be a misprint.
Okay, just wanted to check with that. Thank you.
No.
Not that I would comment on anything.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Alison Furtado. No, it's not a misprint.
25?
Yes. This particular item was on the 2025 capital outlay listing.
Okay, well, it's on the computer incorrectly, which is what I read. So approved in the FY 2025 budget, providing an effective date.
Very good. Thank you.
George was going to correct that.
It's been moved and second for discussion. Mr. Bunning?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, George Buenaventura, Facilities Operations Director. The item before you is a resolution, for the approval and authorizing execution of a piggyback agreement between the city and Alltech Industries to purchase an Alltech model TA60 boom truck related with all the related accessories to the facilities department. This amount is not to exceed $288,738, and as identified and approved by the FY 2025.
Very good. Thank you for that. Anything further?
Sir.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
I just have a quick question. In the 2025 capital outlay, it says $350,000 was allocated to this line item.
That was probably correct, yes, ma'am.
So is it coming in under budget, the item?
It's coming under budget.
So what are we going to do with the other $62,000?
It goes back to the,
Alison Furtado, Finance Director. That money is either will allocate to any other capital outlay items that is over budget, and if we are at the end of the term, if there is excess funds, that go back to principal and interest payments on the loan.
On the
loan.
Loan. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. Item number 6 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Article 2, Section 6 of Chapter 57-174, Laws of Florida, Special Acts of 1957, as subsequently amended and supplemented, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, imposing limitations on the length of terms of the offices of the mayor and commissioners, while expanding future terms of office of city commissioners and staggering said terms, providing that if the amendment is approved by a majority of the voters at the general election of November 2026, then such amendment shall become part of the city's charter upon certification and acceptance of the election results, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman?
Thank you. The simple no changes since first reading would be preferred, I would think, but just to summarize, because it's been a while since we talked about this, these are the changes that the commission at the time had requested that I make. These 3 changes, they were put into one clear question and clear option for the voters. That was back in October of 25 when requested. I know we've revisited this several times, but I think the time at this point is respectfully growing near where the city clerk is going to have to notify the supervisor of elections as to whether we have this item on the ballot. I think you've got about another month or approximately.
Yes.
So again, whether you do this, whether you wish me to change this or remove or add, whatever, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to follow whatever direction the commission gives me, but at some point the clerk's going to need direction to move this forward if that's the desire ultimately. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Commissioner Perkins, then Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes, I guess what I'm trying to find is where's the language where how it's actually going to be read on the ballot? That's where.
Ordinance.
It's on page 2.
Page 2.
Okay, got it. Well, hold on.
Proposed Amendment 1, the question, shall Section 6, and it ends with in subsequent elections.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I see it. Okay. Provide for term limited expenditures. Okay. Yeah, that's very important how it's worded because it can be very confusing when a person is reading it, especially when it's in all cap letters. But yes, I see it here. It does say the 4-year. Okay, got it.
Okay, Commissioner Seegerson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not really in favor of putting this on the ballot in November. I've thought about it a lot, and I've gone kind of both ways on this issue. You know, I recognize that our state representatives have 2-year terms, and our congressional representatives have 2-year terms, and it seems to work well. And I think that a 2-year period is time enough for the public, who I represent, to know whether or not I'm doing a good job. And I think with a 2-year term, if I wasn't doing my job, they would not reelect me. And the same thing, term limits. I mean, it really does take away power of the people to decide who their representatives are going to be. And it gets rather complicated. We have tried this a number of times, and they've never passed. And I really have to say that I believe more in the residents' opportunity to be appropriately represented by a 2-year term. It's not that long. I'm not afraid to run every 2 years. That's all I have for right now.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I've gone back and forth with this, and I would have to agree that I have no problem running every 2 years. I think that it's also something we need to hear what people have said before, and I mentioned that again at a previous meeting. But if we're gonna look at opening up the charter and making changes to the charter, then I think we should be willing to discuss the part of the structure that continues to frustrate residents and us the most, the repeated 3-3 tie votes where motion fails and nothing moves forward. Residents actually don't care most about titles. I mean, we have our system, they care whether the government functions. And right now, that's one of the most frustrating outcomes, not just for the residents, but also for us and the feedback we're getting. It's a frustrating outcome when you watch these issues just completely stall out in a deadlock. I believe there's a legitimate public policy question as to whether the city would be better served by having the presiding mayor selected from within the elected body. It was something we brought up during discussions, and Mayor Arden, you said, hey, yeah, sure, we'll add it if we, I'm up for it, we'll add it. So, so rather than continuing with a separately elected mayor-at-large position for 4 years, if we did that, it would allow the district representatives to self-elect or self-appoint, essentially, a mayor and vice mayor. And it would allow us to work together more as a team to do that. So it would reduce, obviously eliminate the tie-fail outcomes for the most part, as long as everybody voted, and give residents more confidence that the people that they elected are consistently working together on their behalf. The other thing is, given how slowly a lot of these government programs or government moves very slowly, I think we've all been frustrated that it's very easy for us to have a 12 or 18-month delay on projects, right? There's just, things move slowly where there's discussion, and then 2 months later down the line, we're discussing it again. This particular item, we started, it says first reading November 13th, but we were talking about it in September. So I'm not opposed to a structure that has more continuity if the residents want it. So a smoother decision-making would, running for office, while I totally will do it, every year, essentially, you have 1 year in, and then you're running again, and then it's sort of disruptive. It's expensive and disruptive. I'm fine with doing it if that's what voters want to do, but I feel like we should give them the opportunity, because if we were going to give them the option to have it be, hey, you elect somebody and then you have a 4-year term, then if that's the case, then I think term limits should absolutely be a part of that. There's no reason why anybody should make this a lifelong career. I think that you should always have room for new blood to come in because energy is important, and at some point you're going to have to tap out. But I really have concerns about everything being bundled in this one, just this one proposed amendment. Term limits, 4-year terms, staggering elections, they're all not the same question. And if we even add, how we change, we talked about adding a district, or if we take about removing mayor at large, those are all things that the people should be able to answer, yes, no, and see where they decide if we're gonna put it to them. So even beyond the whole, the mayor structure issue, I just don't love that this is all lumped together. Confusing. Commissioner Perkins, I would agree. So Mr. Berman, you mentioned that you would have the ability to potentially remove or add something. I'd like, before making a motion to do that, to add, to postpone the item and direct staff to return with a separate ballot question. I'd rather just wait for a second and see what my colleagues have to say on the topic. But I want to make very, very clear that a 2-year, fine. I want to quickly just mention, so we go into this with the information. The reason why I don't believe in staggered elections or staggering the commission is because I pulled stats from voting history, voter turnout. So depending on how it staggers, and I'm not sure how it would stagger, don't really care. I mean, it says in here, it's no, so it depends on how we move forward. But in 2020, voter turnout for Pompano Beach, you make it across all 5 districts. In 2020, voter turnout was 73.5%. In 2022, a mid-year election, all of Pompano Beach, it averaged out to 47.28%. And in 2024, voter turnout was 74.98%. So that's about a quarter less turnout of residents that are affected by decisions at midterm versus presidential election years. So if we're going to go to 4 years, then I think that it needs to be on the same sort of presidential election, not a midterm year. And if we're going to keep it at 2 years, that's fine. But I don't think staggering it's going to help anything, because all that's going to happen is you're going to have certain number of odd numbers or even numbers, however it lays, only being represented by a lower voter turnout. And that's troubling to me. So there is a benefit if we decide to move it to 4 years, where I feel like we're going to actually get more of a percentage of people voting. Does it mean we have to work harder for it? Yeah, it does. But it also means that we'll have some time to get things done before we have to run again. So I'm no problem putting it to the people, but I want people to understand that in midterm years, we lose a quarter of our turnout. Maybe it's not even, maybe it might be even more than that, but that was just the past 6 years, or the past 4 years, sorry. That's all I have for now on it, but I'm interested to kind of hear some feedback. Thank you.
Mr. Berman, just a point of information. Commissioner Fessick indicated that there was frustration due to the ties that take place on the commission now. We don't need to delve into the charter to change that, do we? We could actually either increase or reduce the number of city commissioners by ordinance. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't need a charter change to affect a change in the number of people.
We can have up to a certain amount of districts that's already in the charter, and then that's fixed by ordinance.
But to clarify.
That was all, just a question. Thank you.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Berman.
Sure.
To clarify, though, we couldn't, if the mayor, since it's not a strong mayor, we would have to remove the mayor at large position by a charter amendment, but not by an ordinance.
Well, I believe that would necessarily be done because that was changed by charter amendment, I recollect.
Thank you.
Which gave the mayor the same powers.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
It sounds like a lot of us have been going back and forth on this, and parts of it is we've given it a lot of thought and had conversations with people. I'm not sure there's any right answer here, which is obviously why we're putting it out there for the people to decide. I do believe in term limits. People always say, oh, an election is a term limit. Well, there are distinct advantages that come with incumbency, and we all know that, range from name recognition to money, right, to funding campaigns. And that is an advantage of an incumbent that makes it much more difficult for a newcomer to take on someone who's been entrenched for a long time. So that is what term limits can help do. They can help create that turnover that becomes more difficult as the money flows to the same incumbent candidates over time. There's part of me that actually thinks 3 years. I know that's a strange number, but terms makes more sense. And it would mean you'd be running in off-cycle elections every other time, so it kind of naturally even out some of that. But this is what we have before us. I agree that where we're going to lose people on this, and I don't think there's as much value to it as maybe others do, is the staggering. In my view, if an entire board gets wiped out in one election, then they deserved it. And it'll be a learning curve for the next one, but so be it, because they obviously were not listening to the people. So while there is a risk to that happening, I think that is unlikely that an entire board gets cleaned out with new people. So, and I think it muddies the way you read this, and it's confusing. So I guess I would be willing to put the 3 4-year terms on the ballot, letting people decide if they want to give us longer terms in exchange for term limits. That's a question for them. And a lot of cities have 4-year terms. That is not, it is more the norm. I know we all interact with other city officials, and I tell them, oh, we only have 2 years, and they're shocked. And I think that 2 years actually leads to some of the gridlock here, because whether anyone up here wants to admit it or not, I think there's an underlying philosophy from certain people here that it just like, I'm going to kick the can down the road till November and then get everything I want done. So the gridlock is created by the 2-year terms, whereas 4-year terms, you kind of have to, roll your sleeves up and do the work with the people you're sitting next to, because you can't put projects on hold for 3 or 4 years. So I think there's a benefit to the 4 years in that way, and I think the term limits is important, but I would get rid of the staggering part of this, make it really clean and simple for people. That's my thought. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Smith?
I would, I think 4-year terms makes a lot of sense. But I think what makes just as much sense is adding another district to Pompano Beach. So we don't have the tie votes, and keep the mayor position as it is, but add a District 6. And you said that's an ordinance, Mr. Berman, and it doesn't go to the ballot?
That's correct. It would have to meet a lot of different legal requirements in terms of geographical compactness and not diminishing certain voting rights of different groups. And but there are experts that deal with that, and we'll look at the census, and we can, it takes a while to formulate. It's not that easily done, but it can be done, yes. The charter provides up to 7 districts, and right now there's only 5. We could always add another district per the charter, but that is done by ordinance.
So I would support the 4-year terms. Staggering, there's benefits and not benefits, so it's kind of either way, and I don't feel real strong either way on that, but I do feel strong that we need to add another district, and I would support 4-year terms. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further discussion? Commissioner Fessick?
Given that I've heard some feedback, I actually disagree about adding another district. But I would like to, I do agree, staggering is to me out. It doesn't make any sense. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item and direct staff to return with a separate ballot question, right, on whether to eliminate the separately elected mayor at large position, and instead have the commission select a presiding mayor from among its members, similar to how the vice mayor is selected. That will solve one problem. And secondly, come back with the 4-year terms with a 3-year term limit, simply because, and those would be 2 separate questions on the ballot. That way, one does not precede the other. So that way, if one is voted, and the explanation behind that, I'll wait for that's my motion for now. I'll simplify or I'll clarify later.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to direct staff to come back with a charter change to eliminate the mayor at large and go back to, and coincidentally, the way the mayor used to be selected was just from amongst the commission members. And so that's your motion.
That plus,
Plus, you want to change.
so basically, so that it comes back as two separate items. So two separate ballot question, amendments, two proposed amendments, right? One is that, and the second one is a four-year term with a three-term limit.
Do you want it,
No, I want them to come back as, so that's grouped.
okay?
And forget the staggering.
Okay, good.
Forget the staggering.
Okay.
Okay. So is that clear direction, Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question, Mayor.
Sure.
So,
I'm sorry, there was a second also, Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, so these will be,
Segerson Eaton?
I wasn't finished with my.
oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I,
You still,
the second, yeah, the second,
my
but I said I
apologies.
would explain it after, so the reason for, and so the reason behind that, like I said, so now that the motion is clear, the reason behind that is simply because that gives, by breaking it up, that makes it very clear for voters to understand. It's very easy, simple, there's no question there. And one does not, the approval of one or the denial of one doesn't change so much. So basically, if they say no to 4 years with a 3-year, 4-year term with a 3-year limit, then we still do the same thing with every 2 years. And there's no term limits. If they say no to that, if they say yes to that, but they say no to, no to eliminate the mayor's position, then we're going to be doing, we might have 4-year terms with 3-year limits, but we may have a 3-3. So it gives all the power to the people in the community to make that decision and independently. That's for this, that was for ease of the community being able to truly be able to vet what they want and what they don't want. Thank you.
Mayor,
Mr. Berman?
just a quick question. We're not eliminating the mayor position. We're going back to have the mayor selected in a different manner. Is that correct?
Eliminating the mayor
Just
at large
making sure.
position and instead have the commission select a presiding mayor from among its members, similar to how the vice mayor is selected.
I've got to go back and take a look. When we did have the mayor, the question I have, when we did have the mayor selected, the commission selected the mayor, or if there was a tie, the clerk got to pull a name out of a box, I guess. Didn't the mayor have a vote on the commission, though, at the time?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, the secondary option, and we could always add, is if we could just make the mayor non-voting and preside. But then we would eliminate also the 3-3. Just, I mean, I'm trying to find ways that we eliminate this 3-3 ridiculousness. So that's all.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Thank you. Okay, so I was here when we decided we needed a mayor at large for the entire city, who to represent the city as a whole. He runs throughout the entire city. So he doesn't have a district to go back to like the vice mayor does. She's the District 3 commissioner. But my question would be, these would all be items that would be separated. Like one question, do we want to eliminate the mayor at large? Second question, do we want term limits? Third question, not necessarily in this order, do we want to go from 2-year terms to 4-year terms? Is that how you're understanding it?
No, my understanding is 4-year terms with term limits. You don't get one without the other. One is contingent upon the other. Because we've done that with the voters before, and without a limit, they didn't approve term limits. That was supposed to be the difference this time.
No, I would suggest, my suggestion would be that it should be 2-year terms or 4-year terms, term limits or no term limits. Regardless, if you have a 2-year term and you still get 3 terms or 4 terms, that's 8 years, 9 years. And oh, by the way, in case anyone was getting too happy, this is not retroactive. So it doesn't matter how many years you've served, it's not retroactive. It begins if it's passed. So no, that's the way I see it as working. The choice between term limits, 2-year terms or 4-year terms, and the mayor at large position was a charter amendment that passed by the residents. So to undo something like that, we have to have it on the charter as a single question. So I don't know if that gets us any closer to where we want to be. And as things like this often, everything gets confused and muddles. No time to think about Commissioner Fessick's suggestions. I'm not even sure I quite understood them. So I need more clarification and a little time to think about it. So, no,
for you if you'd like.
no,
That's-
thank you. Mr. Berman?
Okay, further? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, would you continue on as what you were saying?
No, the question was, do you understand the motion? The motion as it was made was as I described it. I'm not indicating that I will not do what you're telling me if that's what the will of the commission is. I just need a consensus so I know what to prepare. That's all I'm saying at this time.
No, and again, I'm really against changing it because it gets way too complicated. I agree with Vice Mayor Fournier that, yeah, if everybody gets voted out, there's good reason for it. But to have someone sitting up here for 4 years with no accountability for 4 years, I'm not for that. I think it's in the hands of the people every 2 years. And again, I have no problem with running every 2 years. And I can't support the amendment. I can't support getting rid of mayor at large because that was a battle that was fought by a lot of residents, and I was here at the time, as I know you were as well, Mayor. I could support adding another district. I really could. We have the beach, as District 1 has more by a lot than any other district, second to District 5.
5 votes more.
Yes, Commissioner Fessick, that is true.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get someone to send me the numbers currently. You have more residents than any other district. Your district has grown. You have more residents. Yeah, that's true.
Voting, not voting. Yeah.
No, I mean, I would support that. I think we are a growing city, and we should explore that option to get rid of the stalemate. Because if none of these charter amendments, that I'm not for them, passes, then we still end up with a 6-6. I mean, a 3-3, with a 6-member commission. So that we can do by ordinance. And I would make the motion that we explore. I know there's a motion on the floor, so
Motion
I'll
on the
wait.
floor.
Thank you. That's all I have right now. I'm against it all. Leave the power in the hands of the people every 2 years. It works well enough for our representatives. It works well enough for our Congress representatives. And I think that's the way we should stay. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not sure Congress is working that well. Well, so I just want to kind of refocus this because we can all have our personal opinions, and if it's on a ballot, then we vote that way. But what we are trying to do here, I think, is actually to get out of our own way and give the people some options. Right? These are charter amendments going on the ballot. So the goal is to give people some reasonable options, and then they decide, right? So you can not like something, and you can vote against it. But this is actually letting the people decide to make some changes, and they can decide to do it or not do it, right? The entire intent of this is actually to try to put together a package of reasonable modifications or reasonable ideas that could, change how this is functioning. And maybe, in my view, I think elections are expensive. I think they're a waste of money. I think they're a waste of signs and landfills. I think it's I don't think 4 years is unreasonable. I can see both sides of it, right? I also think 2 years gives people a chance to change it out more often if it's not working. So, but the entire point is to let people decide. That's what we're doing. So I do think that letting people pick, stay with the 2 years that we've got with no term limits, or go to 4-year terms with three-term limit, is a reasonable choice to give people. It's just different ways to govern and let them decide. I also think that the selecting a mayor So yes, maybe we went that direction. I don't know what year it was exactly either, but maybe it's not working great. So we're giving the people the option. If they like it, they vote it down. If they don't, then we vote to change how the mayor is chosen. Like, these are just choices we're giving people. And we could choose to give them no choices and just say you're stuck with what we have here. But I'd like to give people some options so they can feel like they're part of how this works and have a say in what's in how we're governing.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
I would like to say that people already have an option. Every 2 years, they always have the option as who they want to represent them. And it's been working fine.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Yes, people have the option. So if we were to put it on the ballot like this, if they vote no, the option stays the same. If they vote no to both, exactly what we have right here stays exactly the same. All we're doing is asking the question and not being the ones controlling the outcome. We are giving it to the people to make a decision. The trade-off for, like, again, I have no problem running every 2 years. That's what the people want. I'll do it every 2 years. That's fine. I agree that it's expensive. I agree that signs end up in landfills. It's craziness. I agree that there's a crazy time pushing. It's a time suck also, in terms of, you know, mentioned government runs slow. Well, think everybody else doesn't know that? And they don't know that they can push off a project until after the election season or try to spin something a certain way? Gosh, we've seen some of that. So this setup, if people vote no, nothing changes. If people vote yes, we have, to one, we have a potential change. To both, we have a potential change. We're not the ones controlling the narrative here. We're actually and truly putting it in the hands of the residents who live here. And just for clarification, I had recently requested from the Broward Supervisor of Elections a voter count list, and so I just pulled it up. And voter counts by district right now, District 1 has 15,208 registered voters. District 2 has 9,576 registered voters. District 3 has 10,725 registered voters. District 4, 8,304 registered voters. District 5, 14,143 registered voters. Rather than saying we need to add another district, if we really want to make the numbers more balanced, you could look at potentially redistricting slightly like we've done in other cases and balance some of those numbers according to, according to population growth. Doesn't necessarily mean that we need to do those things, but I'm just saying that's a better option than adding a whole other separate person and starting over from scratch. It's just it's a manageable voter count at this point. So that was just for clarification, so that you were able to understand fully that things would not change if people voted no. Thank you.
Mayor,
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
as far as population goes, the beach is the most heavily populated district in the city. Not registered voters particularly, but population. Again, and I disagree with eliminating the mayor at large position. So.
Okay.
Mayor.
Mr. Perkins.
Okay, I think it was on the ballot, in 2018 or 20 for the 4-year?
Much early, 2004 or 5.
I don't know.
No,
18.
I was elected at that time.
18 was when you put
2018.
staggered March and
Right, so, yeah, 2018.
4 years.
I totally voted against the 4-year terms. I think because I wanted to see term limits attached to it. So now I agree with having 4-year terms as long as there are, as long as we have term limits. I'm okay with that. The staggered, the way it looks on the computer now reading it, can be very confusing to the residents. Now, the mayor at large, the reason that people like E. Pat Larkins was the mayor 4 or 5 times, maybe more, is because was voted upon on the dais. And anyone had that opportunity to become mayor or vice mayor, or whatever, and that's how it was done when Mayor Nate Braverman was here, Larkins, and all of those people back in the day. It worked because the mayor then is doing the same thing the mayor does now. We've always had a ceremonial mayor, which the mayor only presides over the meetings, ribbon cuttings, and groundbreakings. That's it. Because we have a city manager that actually runs our city. So I don't think we need a mayor at large. I know several people up here would like to be a mayor, and I would love to support them in that position. And I think we should go ahead and start voting on the dais again for our mayor. Because the duties are pretty much the same as they were back in the 80s and 90s. I don't see the difference. I mean, we're doing a lot more building now, but it's, you know, I don't have a problem with the 4 years as long as we have term limits. Got to have term limits with that. Otherwise, I don't really care for the staggered because I think, like I said, that can be very confusing when people are reading it. But I'm wondering, City Attorney, if you, when you rewrite this, if you're using the number 3, THREE, can you put 3 in the parentheses as well? I don't know how you, just making it easier for people to understand it.
3 separate questions is what you're saying?
No. Like you have the word here, 3.
Can't hear you. Please get near the microphone.
Like you have the word 3, THREE. I'm trying to look at you and talk at the same time.
Okay.
Can you put in parentheses on the side of that 3 in parentheses?
Sure.
So that they could better understand it?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Very good.
Well, as long as I have enough digits left, I'm limited by law as to how many letters and figures I have. It was pretty close. But if we're removing staggering, then, you know, I can play around with it. I just need final direction so I know what to try and accomplish. But, Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
there's the effect also, there have been multiple, after this change was made initially, changes to the code that would need to be made to bring the code back. The mayor has appointments to different boards, every board and everything. This affects a lot of, it's not just the person sitting here. You may have been cognizant of that. I'm not speaking down to anybody. I just want to make it clear that this has a lot of ramifications. I don't know if we get rid of people or appointments, or if you want to consider keeping the appointments of whoever the mayor who is chosen by the commission. I mean, there's a lot of different options here. So I would need clarification on that as well. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, that can all be worked out if there's agreement on the commission level to do away with it or put it before the voters, then okay. Then you'll figure out how to make it work.
The language used at the time was the mayor with the same authority and powers as other members of the commission to appoint. And are we just changing how the mayor is selected? Are we just changing what the mayor, who is ultimately, if that's how it's called, selected by the commission, what powers he has? I mean, there's a few, we might be able to deal with it differently, but it needs to be at least considered.
So I have a question for you. So because if we put this on the ballot this year, it would be a midterm election. Obviously, we would want to make sure that, just like anything else, the mayor would continue to serve out his term as existing, right? I mean, it's not like, you know, because he was elected
It wouldn't
for 4
change
years.
the next term.
Because he was elected for 4 years, as he should. So basically a lot of his potential appointments would probably end when his term expired in 2028 anyway, right?
It could, but the question would need to be answered because the voters gave the mayor the authority to make those appointments.
Okay.
And not changing that and putting language in there, that would need to be changed, or his appointment authority would still be there to appoint members to boards.
Maybe you could let us know what there is that's different versus, you know, because if the mayor is then self-selected between the commission, then the mayor would still have those rights, right?
That's fine. Let's get past this portion tonight, and then when I bring it back, we can discuss it further. But let's see where we are with this first. At this point, it's irrelevant, I would think.
Right.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Berman. Appreciate that. I just got to say that, you know, I really don't have a dog in the fight as far as the terms and term limits. It's not going to impact me, I can guarantee you that. But I've always thought a 4-year term was better than a 2-year term. Just from a governance standpoint, I think it just gives people a little more time to get things done. It's a little less disruptive because elections, even though, I mean, people may not think so, but elections are disruptive for a city as far as staff goes and everything else, and the people to come out. And also it's expensive, but that's not the fault of the people. So yeah, I think it's better to have 4-year terms, and if the only way to get 4-year terms would be to couple that with some sort of term limits, which I'm philosophically opposed to, but I would support it in this case because I believe the 4-year terms serve a greater good than putting up with 12-year term limits. Now, as far as the staggered terms, man, I don't care. I mean, it's here again, it's disruptive for the whole city. If we do it without staggered terms versus staggered terms disrupts half the city at a time. But I really don't have much of a thought on that. But yeah, 4-year terms I think is good, and if we have to deal with the term limits to get that, I think it's a viable compromise on that. Now, as far as doing away with the mayor-elect large, I mean, sure, we can talk about that, but I disagree with it. I don't think that's, I'm not going to support it. Number one, because I am the mayor elected at large. Number two, because the people did endorse it, and it's seen pretty much, if you look around at other cities and counties for that matter, they do have elected at-large mayors, and that's somebody's in charge, and that's just it's been a preferred way of doing things for a lot of communities. And that's not saying it's the only way to do it, of course not. Pompano for many, many years didn't have an elected mayor at large. It was just self-selected amongst the commissioners. But I don't think that pointing back to the fact that Pat Larkins was a mayor for several terms is really a good argument for saying that we should do away with a mayor at large. That's
That was not an argument. That was a statement.
Thank you. That would be tantamount to saying that the United States would never elect a black president.
That's not what I said.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Commissioner. I'm the one who's speaking. So, anyway, my position is clear. I do not support doing away with the mayor at large. So far, I haven't really heard an argument in favor of doing away with the mayor at large, except the issue with tie votes. And there's a simple way to solve the issue of tie votes, which I've brought up in the past. Mr. Berman has affirmed it's a simple process to either create another commission district or to do away with one of the commission districts we currently have. That ends the problem with tie votes. So, yeah, you could say, well, Mayor, you just want to keep your job. Well, no, I think we ought to solve the tie vote selection problem some other way, and that would be my preferred way of going about it. So,
Mayor doesn't have to vote.
That's where I stand. So, further commission discussion.
A question for Kervin.
Sure. Commissioner Fessick.
Kervin, if I remember correctly, could you pull up for us? I mean, we all swear the same oath to represent both the residents from our district, but the city as a whole, correct?
Yes, the same oath.
Same oath. So aside from and Mr. Berman, would it, I mean, I would have to agree with Commissioner Perkins. She mentioned to eliminate, rather than having to add a district, to eliminate the mayor's voting power and still do all the things he wants to do and still be elected at large, and only potentially vote in case of breaking a tie. Let's say somebody didn't show up, right? Would that be something we have to do via charter, or would that be something we would have to do via ordinance?
It would have to be done via charter, because in the charter change, the mayor was given the same right to vote as everybody else. So that's a charter question.
So either way we look at it, what I'm hearing is we can take away a district or we can add a district by ordinance, but our hands are tied related to the mayor position because because then that way we can't change it via ordinance. It has to go by charter.
Right, but the point is, rather than go to the voters, an ordinance is something you have under your control provided you can all agree on what that ordinance should say. But that is under your control to make the change. And that can be done with meetings, workshops, discussions, et cetera. And that's something that you can do, and you're not worried about a political process. And that's the benefit of that. That's all I can say at this point, until I have direction.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So given that the mayor didn't answer some basic questions from this board, I think selecting a mayor from the elected districts makes more sense, and it actually lends itself to a spirit of working together and camaraderie, because you are now actively working together to not just earn that, but to work together towards something that truly serves the city that you're serving. And we're all responsible for our districts, but we're also responsible for the city as a whole. Like, so decisions we make, right now, we're one of 6, right? So we direct, the city manager, we're 1/6 of the power, like each. So it does make sense to have the ability to make that where it is something where we truly represent and truly foster that sense of camaraderie. That is my biggest thing. Right now, we are so disjointed, and I think it's pretty clear. This is my first go, but it's been pretty disjointed since November, and I mean, maybe there's some other reasons behind that. I don't know. I was happy to run, happy to win. I'm happy the residents gave me a shot. I'm happy to try to do it again, and see where it goes. But I have a big issue with the fact that the pushback is there's not really a good reason why we have a mayor at large. Like, if I could have if somebody wants to show me some reasoning, then I'm willing to entertain that. But just because we did it a few years back when somebody else was leaving, or I'm not sure what the heck the story was, but don't see the benefit, and I'm trying to find it. If somebody can share with me the benefit, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Smith.
The motion that is before us is to do, let me just clarify this, 4-year terms with 3-term limit. But you also have bundled into that the mayor at large. And I like having a mayor at large. I don't want to change having a mayor at large. So with those bundled together, I can't, they were bundled together in the same motion. No, but in your motion, it's the same motion. It's the same motion that has 2 questions directed to Mr. Berman. So I can't support your motion as it is because of the 2 questions bundled together.
Because I have a question. So because they're as 2 separate amendments that we would put forth to the community, you wouldn't support it?
Your motion has both of them together in one motion.
Right. No, my motion has it, Mr. Berman, again, to make it clear, it has in the motion, yes, but as to the voters, 2 separate questions.
I understand that,
thank you.
but I can't support your motion because I personally feel the mayor at large is good for our city.
Further commission discussion on the motion. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes, I feel exactly the same way. It is 2 questions. I think the mayor is he is the figurehead of our city, and I cannot agree with the motion based on getting rid of the mayor at large. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
All right, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
So to the city attorney, when do you have to submit this to the supervisory elections office for it to appear on the November ballot?
I have to yield to the city clerk on that drop dead
I need
date.
a decision before May.
Before May?
Yes, I need a decision before May so that I can coordinate with the supervisor of elections and to ensure that they will have it on the ballot and so forth. So, and there's other proceedings and that I also need to coordinate. So it would be very helpful to have a decision.
April 28th.
Oh, okay. April 28th, okay.
And it would need 2 readings, I guess.
Oh, okay.
We've had 1, but it's going to be amended, and it wouldn't.
Yes, you're right. It have to be 2 readings because we changed.
As amended, so we would need to be able to have it in time for the first meeting in April and the second meeting in April.
Okay.
A point of information. If we just modified what's here and removed staggered terms,
We're good.
we would be good for that.
Yes.
We could delay that until April 28th because that would be the second reading.
April 28th, we could do it, I could have it ready for you the first reading in
Right.
April. It doesn't matter. That's easy. We can just do the 4-year with term limits. That would work and remove stagger.
Mark, I'm sorry, Mayor. This change of removing the staggered, it would impact the title.
The title hasn't been advertised yet.
Yes, it has.
Because-
This is a second reading.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is a second reading, yeah.
Well, it would make it easier for me to get it on in time for 2 readings in April.
Okay, so the first meeting in April.
My bad. You're right, second reading.
Okay. All righty. Oh, you interrupted me, Mayor.
That's it.
You were out of order.
No, it was a point of information.
Okay, so she has a motion on the floor. So we can go ahead with that motion because this is going to go on and on and on all night, and perhaps we could do a workshop or something. I don't know, because everybody's really, we don't have enough time for that, right?
It'll be tight, but
Be tight.
I'm happy to show up whenever you guys want me to show up.
I'd like to hear everybody's opinion. Do you think we need an emergency workshop on this, or just?
I don't know
What
we
everybody
can
has
do
to say
more
on the
we can do in a
dais.
workshop than here.
I don't think we'll find any more consensus at a workshop.
Oh, okay, okay.
I feel like,
Everybody's kind of
I feel like
what they believe.
everyone's
Yeah.
been really clear about what they believe, and I think if we're gonna just cut to the chase, I think the only thing that could pass here tonight is the one question, which is 3 4-year terms.
Right.
And we can keep doing this, but I think that is the way to thread the needle.
Yeah, okay. All right, I just want to say this real quick. I think something we need to be very mindful of, if we're talking about adding a seat or taking away a seat, and we know the pattern of the city, bringing in a consultant and not working in some favor the other and some favor that one, and you know how that works. So we know how that's going to go. If a consultant is brought in, we know how that works, so just keep that in mind. And that's it, thank you.
Very good. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Is there any input from the public on this item, this motion? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane. Sitting back there watching you all with this item is a clear picture of how divided this city is. This is sad. This is really, really sad. It shows we are so divided. You guys can't even come together on this. And the haves have, and the haves not keep not having not. And that's what it looks like. Mayor has all the power. We know how things are gonna go. If it's a split, we know you're going this way. You hardly ever come this way. And it's sad. I just wish we could all get along. We do the pledge, liberty and justice for all. I don't even do the pledge in here anymore because you guys don't mean it. We have people coming here praying and we're faith-based and it doesn't show. You guys are so divided. Everybody wants, you see what you want for yourself, but you don't consider the person next to you. You take all the power, you go whichever way you want, and it's not always for the good of everybody. This is sad.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Good evening, Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. I just want to know how many of you have actually consulted your constituents on this issue, because I haven't heard anybody ask me.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth DeBolt. My address is 2560 Northeast 22nd Street. I would like to be able to decide. I haven't been asked either.
Very well. Next speaker.
All right, it's getting late. Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. Let's put it on the ballot. I know people are not looking the same on here, but this is something that we need to put it on the ballot, and the at-large seat needs to be a regular at-large seat, not the mayor's seat. And then we go and, as a dais, you need to vote on who will be the figurehead. Now, I heard you speak about Rex Harden. We're looking long term. You're looking, you're thinking small. Like he said on it, think big. You're thinking small. So you need to think long term. He's not going to always sit here. That's why we're making it where you're going to put it on the ballot to make it where you have term limits. So let's think because one day somebody's going to run and somebody's going to beat him. So he's not always going to be the mayor. So it's going to be somebody probably here that y'all, the other people, won't like. So we need to think outside of the box. See, that's the problem. We're not getting nowhere because we're thinking short term, that what we can do right now, what we can do for RMA, what we can do just to get the downtown projects to fill up our homeboys' pockets. We're thinking small. Think big. That's why I like Commissioner Fezzik, I like Commissioner Perkins, I like Commissioner Fournier. They think outside of the box. They think long term. Y'all thinking about the downtown project, that's long term. Let's start making decisions that's long term decisions. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fezzik?
Just one last thing. So I appreciate and I agree with the Vice Mayor that we probably are going to know how this is going to go. But I just want you to consider this one thing. If we don't give residents and voters the opportunity to decide for themselves, then we are not doing a service to the residents of the city. So you can have your opinion, and you're welcome to your opinion, just like everybody is welcome to their opinion. They can scream it from the rooftops. But if we do not give them the opportunity to make that decision, then all you have is your opinion, and you're ruling with your opinion, not with what the residents may actually want. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Smith?
One more comment on that is we've already given the residents that option on the ballot. What year did we have it? To make a mayor at large? 2018 or what?
No, mayor at large was actually done in 2000 and I believe it was in 2000.
I believe it
Five.
yeah.
So we have already given residents that vote.
Right.
The world's the same.
And we
21 years ago, different population.
Mayor?
Fair. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, it was 2005, and no one is going, oh my God, you should have a 4-year term. That's our biggest issue. Make it so you have a 4-year. I'm not hearing that from my residents. Thank you.
All right. Anything for us? Oh my goodness. Okay. The last comment before
No
the
problem.
vote.
I
Vice
don't
Mayor.
hear that as much, but I do hear a lot about getting rid of the mayor at large. That I hear all the time. I don't know it's personal, but
Yes, that's talked about a lot in my district too. Yes, I do. I hear that one.
All right. Let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. All right. We're back on the item.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to modify this to eliminate the staggered districts part of it. So just simplify it as one question asking if the mayor and the commissioner should have 3 consecutive full 4-year terms.
I
period.
second that.
That's great.
Second.
I agree with that.
Moved and seconded to do away with the staggering and keep everything else the same.
Yes.
By Vice Mayor and seconded by Commissioner Smith. All right. Mr. Berman. Right.
I think it should be.
Like it was. I mean, that's, yeah, just whatever. He's asking about retroactiveness.
Yeah.
It's, I don't, yeah.
Being in there for that.
Very good. So it's been moved and seconded. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Anybody? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
I'm just curious.
Commissioner.
One question. I'm
Wait,
just
wait,
curious.
wait, Commissioner Fessy, before you go, Mr. Berman he had his hand up. Okay.
I just had a question. So
Commissioner Fessy.
is it retroactive or is it not retroactive as per Vice Mayor's motion? So I need clarity on that.
It's not. It goes from the
time you vote.
it begins in the 2030 term,
Perfect, thank you. 2030 or 2028?
or whenever the next, I think it would be 2028 if you keep it 2 years.
2028.
We've got to change all that as well, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. So, Mr. Berman, you'll bring that back to us on a future agenda?
The next one.
The next one, right. Okay.
I gotta get to work.
Very good. All right. That takes care of it. All right, takes us up to additional audience to be heard. I don't think we have anyone, do we?
No additional audience to be heard, Mayor.
Very good. Our next scheduled meetings, we have April 14th, 2026 at 9 a.m. That's a budget workshop, April 14th. On April 14th as well at 1 p.m., we've got a regular city commission meeting, followed by April 28th at 6 p.m., regular city commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir, just a couple of things. Our Budget Director, Josh Waters, gave me information I wanted to share with you guys because there's a April 6th application period that opens for the Community Partnership Program. This is for the 501c3 individuals and organizations that have been applying to the city for financial assistance. So that application is open from April 6th to May 1st, and there will be a virtual information session on April 15th via Zoom, and everything detail-wise it will be on the city's website. Second item is Scott Moore gave me this. This is announcing that the city of Pompano Beach has been chosen by the Sun Sentinel as a South Florida winner in the favorites for tourism recognition for being a beautiful destination, valued community asset, attracts both residents and visitors alike.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
That concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a few items tonight. First of all, the settlement for the 6 remaining opioid defendants is being configured now. It's being finalized. The percentages we have been agreed to, and I don't have dollar amounts yet of what that's going to translate to, but as soon as I do, I will bring those to the Commission's attention. The second item I had, we were participating in the Senate Bill 180 from last session, litigation. Majority of counts were dismissed several weeks ago by Judge Dempsey. The remaining count are an unfunded mandate, which is an important count. Count 4 remains open. That is continuing to be litigated, and we can't appeal her ruling at this time because it's not final. The order's not final. So I'll let you know how that's progressing. We were hoping that a lot of these matters were going to be corrected in what was called the glitch bill for Senate Bill 180, which was Senate Bill 840. That would have substantially approved Senate Bill 180, passed the Senate, died in the House, so it's dead. So our hopes that the legislature would solve this problem has unfortunately dissipated, and that's my report on that litigation. Finally, pursuant to Section 447-605 Florida statutes governing public meetings, I, as the attorney for the City of Pompano Beach, am announcing I desire advice concerning the City of Pompano Beach's Professional Firefighters Local 1549 union contract. I'm requesting that we hold an executive session either on Wednesday, and we'll have to announce whatever you guys hopefully decide, Wednesday, April 2nd at 1 o'clock, or Thursday, April 30th at April 22nd, I'm sorry, or Thursday, April 30th at 2:30 p.m. Was that the second, Greg, or was that the 22nd? I'm trying to read.
22nd.
It's the 22nd. Okay, I can't read my writing. That's at 2. Yeah, April 22nd at 1 or Thursday, April 30th at 2:30. The session will be held in the city manager's large conference room on the 4th floor, 100 West Atlantic Boulevard, 33060, at a time certain and date certain, or soon thereafter. As soon as we figure out what date you want, we'll put that on the record. Why the city manager's large conference room? Normally, we start here, we go into the City Hall conference room. That conference room, oh, actually, we can do it now in the commission chamber. It's going to be available on that date. Is that right, Greg?
I'm not sure as to the scheduling of the room.
Okay, it'll be in the city commission conference room. If someone's in there, we'll get rid of them. In the meantime, for the original date, it was supposed to be the city manager's lunch conference room. So the session will be held in the city commission meeting room on the first floor here in Commission Chambers, 100 West Atlantic Boulevard. The session will be private. The following persons will be in attendance: the mayor and city commissioners, Greg Harrison, city manager, Mark Berman, city attorney, Tracy Lyons, deputy city attorney, who has been involved in the contract negotiations, and also Brian Donovan, assistant city manager, and Lisa Sinego, all of which have been involved. Lisa's the human resources director. Pete McGinnis, fire chief, also involved. Joshua Waters, budget director, who has been involved, and Lindsay Ryder, city's labor council. So I basically am requesting that you, as a commission, give me one of two dates: Wednesday, April 22nd at 1 p.m. or Thursday, April 30th at 2:30 p.m. If you could check your schedules and let me know, and I'll make that announcement once you decide.
22nd.
Repeat again,
PM.
April 22nd?
April 22nd or April 30th, that's a Thursday. Wednesday the 22nd, Thursday the 30th at 2:30 p.m. 1 p.m. on April 22nd. These are the dates and times I've been given for availability.
So do you want us to tell you now, or we can get back with you?
I've got to announce this. I've got a meeting where I could announce it at the next meeting, so I could make that, but we'd like to get things set if we could.
Okay. So
It would be helpful to staff, I believe, to get everyone that we need to get together. If you could give it a quick discussion. If that can't work, we can do it and have more time later.
Very good.
I have a question. Don't we have a shade meeting on the 15th of April?
No, that's the one that needed to be in the city manager's conference room. That
got canceled.
Canceled because there was unavailability, and I was given these two dates as available. So if you were given the 15th, please scratch that off.
I am.
And we're substituting one of these 2 days. Please let me know what works best for all of you.
You said the 30th or the 22nd?
30th or the 22nd?
22nd works for me. So.
What time?
22nd at 1 or the 30th at 2:30 p.m.
I'm fine with either one, but,
I'm fine with either one.
okay.
11, 12, 1, 2.
Please keep going down the line. Let me know, and I'll read it out loud.
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 second.
I can do either, I think.
Okay. So we've got 3 eithers on this end.
Well,
Let's hope it's not split.
Split differently, at least.
The 22nd at 2:30.
No, 20 seconds at 1.
22nd at 1.
22nd is a Wednesday. April 22nd is a Wednesday.
It's at 1 o'clock, right, on the 22nd?
1 o'clock.
The 22nd.
Always change the time if we need to.
Okay, I can do one. I might be a few minutes late, but I can do one.
Okay. So that's 22nd at 1, so we've got 4 so far.
I'm 22nd at 1.
So
Just a few minutes.
that works
Commissioner
for me.
Fessick is good, so Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes, that works for me.
That works for you? So the 22nd at 1 o'clock is good for everybody.
Right. I've been informed that the 22nd, that room is occupied Broward County property appraiser.
Oh, come on. We
Come
can
on.
move them.
We can move them out to the lobby, and the
Yeah.
public can work out in the lobby, I think, and they can do it there.
Work it out.
So we're good on the 22nd? So,
22nd
again,
at
I'm
1 o'clock.
announcing requesting we hold an executive session on Wednesday, April 2nd at 1 p.m.
April 2nd or 22nd?
22nd.
Okay,
I just spoke too quickly. 22nd.
okay.
And at 1 p.m., and that's at a date and time certain. That'll be held right here in the conference room. And as I indicated to the people who would attend, thank you for your direction on that. That concludes my report.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
No report.
All right, thank you. City Commission, Commissioner Fessick.
All right, well, thank you for hanging in with us. I know it's late, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me for a little bit. Mr. Harrison, I'm happy to see your face today. I just want to briefly, just a few follow-ups. It was sort of a surprise on both meetings to not know that you were not going to be in attendance. So if in the future, if you're going to miss a meeting, I would just appreciate if you would send us a courtesy email or just let us know in advance. I would appreciate that. Secondly, I'm going to run through these ones really fast. Pompano Beach Cemetery and 23rd Avenue. The grass was removed over there and torn up, and it's been dirt. It's just dirt. And residents are asking whether there's going to be a replacement of sod or if it's, or it'll be paved or sidewalked. Need to know an answer to that. That was popped up today. You can get back to me at any time, or if you have an answer, that'd be great. 3, I still need access to the air park for the ESL land, where I was told from Steve Rocco back in December, I think last year, that we could get some wildlife experts on there to make sure, just to see if we actually have wildlife. I do know that there have been people on the property related to biologics and trying to save some plant material. So I'd like to make sure that before the next meeting, I am able to schedule something with Mr. Rocco and the wildlife experts so they can potentially relocate any animals there as well. 4, A1A crosswalks. I know that we've been in discussions related to this. Just with the A1A project being sort of delayed to be finished, I think it was out like another 12 to 18 months. We have some serious issues because there are a lot of walkers at specifically at Northeast 5th, but also further north, as we've discussed before. There was recently over the weekend, a dog was hit, and sadly did not make it, but it just as easily could have been a person. And I want us to really consider what we can do. I know I brought a temporary solution that would be about $3,500 per sort of unit. I know that we're working with FDOT, or for approvals. I'm just curious how long those temporary approvals may take, and if we can try to see what we can do to kind of push that forward. Because for $3,500 for the unit, to me, or even if you say $5,000, let's just say shipping or installation or whatever, they just go on the same poles. If we can try, and they're solar powered, there's no wiring. If we can try to offer a solution that we could then reuse later on somewhere else in the city when we can take them off again, I would just really like to see us try to solve an immediate problem and try to potentially save pedestrian lives for those crosswalks. So just an update on those would be great. And then the last thing for Mr. Harrison is you missed a CRA meeting, and I have a question about McNabb. We had a reserve there. We had a reserve. As of October 1st, the beginning, there was a reserve that was set aside for McNabb Park, and there's been money spent, and there's been things happening, but we haven't gotten any sort of answer as to what. So I would just like to know where we started with that balance in McNabb Park Reserve allocation on October 1st of last year, and where we are now. Since I can't get transparency anywhere else, I will ask for those two numbers to see how. I want to make sure we're not spending down the money we had saved, doing God knows what. I want to make sure that that money is safe and budgeted appropriately. So those are those things for Mr. Harrison. Now I'm going to just take a deep breath. I have a series of concerns, and the reason why I'm going to take a deep breath is because I would like to not have to bring this up at 10:30, but unfortunately we are where we are. I want to do it really carefully and clearly because there's some serious issues and they are not all the same issue. Some of them were brought up earlier tonight and audience to be heard. So first, let me say something plainly. I fully support free speech. People have the right to their opinions. They can criticize elected officials. They have the right to speak publicly. And even when I disagree on what's being said, that doesn't matter. You have the right to say what you want to say. That's not my issue tonight. So the issue that I have, the issue I have is what happens when private speech city-paid work, city-approved content, public-facing outreach, redevelopment messaging, and possible contract compliance issues, and some public records stuff all sort of overlap. So I'm going to try to break my concerns down into 5 separate categories, so this doesn't get dismissed as one blended overall personal dispute, because it's not personal. I want to make sure I'm very clear. So first, related to the contract itself, so the procurement process, approval authority, and management oversight. And so with that, it was mentioned earlier that, by I think Mr. King, that, and I've brought it up before, that we have a service contract that was renewed with Lotus Mindset on December 17th, 2025. And so I have a question related to that particular contract, because it was originally, previously it was an $85,000 contract, and 1 year later it is a $150,000 contract. So, Mr. Harrison, I just got to ask you, I know that Ms. Sybil is the management lead for both the original contract and the current contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And both contracts required that outreach materials, social media, videos, podcasts, and other related content be reviewed and approved by the city before they were released. That's a question.
Are you talking about the material per her contract and her scope of services?
For her scope of services, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so, what exact approval process was used? Who reviewed that content? And where are those approval records? Do we have those?
I'm not sure what you mean by approval records.
Well-
What would you be referring to? Can you give me an example?
Sure. So if there's outreach materials, or there's social media or videos or podcasts, that the content in those things would be, or at least the overall content would be approved by contract administrator,
Commissioner,
or the scope of work.
her podcast doesn't
Not-
have
no,
anything to do, well, you just said podcast.
Right? Well,
That
because we
doesn't
did
have
pay for some
anything to
podcasts.
do with the contract that we have with Lotus Mindset.
We did pay for some video content, podcast, call it whatever you want to call it, but they were calling it a video series, maybe, I don't know, but that scope of work, was that approved?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You can get back to me on that one. The 2025 contract was advanced basically under your memo to, under your authority as a 1-year contract. And this may actually be a dual question for Mr. Berman as well. So, what procurement method was used? And so where is the written documentation showing whether competition occurred or if it was just waived in general? No RFP.
I'm sorry, would you repeat what your question is?
So what was the procurement process, or how was, if the scope changed so materially that we went from an $85,000 contract annually to a $150,000 contract annually, what procurement method was used, and where is that written documentation showing whether competition occurred or if it was waived?
Well, the procurement method would have gone through our procurement department, and the scope would have been increased in the higher dollar value contract. But I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
Did this one go through the procurement process?
As far as I know.
I would like to see where that went through the procurement process this year, or the 2025. I know that, so I want to preface this with, I know I've mentioned to you that in our February 11th meeting that I had some very specific concerns about how things were being done, and that I was giving you a sort of a heads up that I would like for you to address them privately, so that they didn't have to become the source of additional commentary, or I didn't have to raise it publicly. But I would like to, I'm actually trying to figure out the approval authority, because I have some confusion related to, I know we're supposed to have a procurement workshop, right? And so I have some questions about, specifically about the contracts. And what is the authority, Mr. Berman, for a service contract? And what authority is that? Is that using the same contract? Is that using the same, what's that ordinance that everybody likes to talk about?
Collection is 200? I'd have to look at it. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Is this the one that goes, is this the one that we refer to all the time as, it was like 32 something, I can find it in my files, but the reason why I'm asking this question is because it doesn't appear to me that this has anything to do with construction, and I'm just curious if what we're using to figure out what that authority is.
I'll be happy to get back to you on that.
Okay, I'm gonna. Pretty strongly about this, or else I wouldn't be doing it at 10:30. Skipping the Zoom one for the day. Walk around. Oh, okay, sorry, section 32.38. So, I think is right.
32.34 and
See if I can find my.
Mr. Berman, we will need you to talk into the microphone when you get to that point.
I have that problem with everyone else here. Now I'm doing it.
I think it's 32.889.
3239.
89.
3239. Subsection D3 you're talking about. The amount is 200,000.
Okay, so it said, but it says, so it says section 3239 must be evidenced in writing by the General Services Director or designee, either stating competitive procedures were followed or they were waived and why. So this, in here it says in this contract it says professional consulting services, just fine. So since this was treated as professional consulting services rather than construction, under exactly what procurement method was it sourced? And where is the written 32.39 compliance of waiver documentation required by section 32.38?
I wasn't involved in this
Okay,
negotiation.
no, I know, I'm trying to get clarified because we have this problem a lot of times where we're given an answer, and I understand you're not involved in this at all. I'm trying to get clarification so I can fully understand and say, okay, and that's how it is. Because there's a lot of these contracts that are coming through the line here, and I feel like we need to have just some clarity on what is allowed and ensuring that those boxes are ticked, that we're doing the right thing. Are there any, according to, according to our ordinances, is there a limit? If you said $200,000.
Yeah, the section is 32.39B subsection 2. It says, in addition to the purchases described in subsection 1, the General Services Director or designee has authority to approve all other purchases in an amount less than $200,000 with the concurrence of the city manager. That's the applicable section. Okay. That is something the city manager does with the General Services Director.
Okay. And is there a timeline to those contracts? Is it like, can it be a 1 year? Can it be 3 years? Can it be 1 year?
If it's more than a year, it has to go to the commission.
Okay, thank you. And that goes for any contract, professional services?
That's in the charter.
It's in the charter.
Any contract more than a year has to be approved by the commission.
Thank you. And that applies across the board, because I've had questions related to contracts with the CRA. So anything that happens in the city is duplicated with the CRA, correct?
Generally, yes, I believe they follow that procedure.
Okay. So the reason why I'm going through this, and I wanted to make sure I was very clear, because, like I said, what we do matters and how we do it matters. Procedures, processes. So if the city was paying this contractor for this contract, this is, you don't have to answer now, Mr. Berman, but I would like to ask this. If the city was paying this contractor for community outreach, redevelopment storytelling, public-facing media, and coordinating messaging, then how exactly did management distinguish between city work product and a supposedly private podcast or media activity that also promoted the same business and discussed city issues? Do we know? How do we define, where do we find that?
It's up to this person who supervises that contract to make sure the contractual terms are being followed and that all everything that was due under the contract, all services are being rendered under the contract.
Perfect, thank you.
And it's a contract that I assume that whether it's Ms. Sybil or Mr. Harrison are monitoring and making sure that they're getting their money's worth, as with every service contract.
Okay. And so if management, all right, well, if management knows that, or knew or should have known, that city paid outreach work and private platform activity were overlapping, what is the city's legal position on whether that overlap triggers a duty to review compliance with sections 19, 21, and 22? And I can pull the numbers.
I have absolutely no idea. If you really would like answers to this, if you want to meet with me, I can go through it with you, or you can give them to me. Call me, I'll write it down. You don't have to give them to me in writing, but right now,
I'm happy to do that.
I'm not sure what overlap there is. I assume that these contracts are crafted in a manner that there is not overlap, or there may be overlap if overlap is desired and is beneficial.
I'm talking about overlap between personal opinion and city outreach.
I don't know if I can legally answer that.
I know, I'm not, I will have that meeting with you because
Judgment question.
It's a judgment question, correct. And I did have this meeting with Mr. Harrison, and I spent 2.5 hours in his office explaining and showing some examples of things that I found concerning that I would like to have addressed. Ultimately, as Mr. Berman has pointed out, that falls on management to rectify and to fix. So that's one. I will follow up with that, but I want to make sure that we are very clear that what it says in this contract so far has been an issue, and personally attacking and posting, like I said, your public opinion is, your private opinion is fine, but when you're purposely promoting the same company that has this contract on the same private podcast, all while bad-mouthing 3 sitting commissioners and promoting new candidates and or bad-mouthing the decisions that are made here as a body, while also hosting elected officials who they do support, who support the narrative that this outreach is supposed to support, and sharing that same message really walks the line, which is exactly what I said to Mr. Harrison, of crossing over into dangerous potential territory for this contract and for us as a city, because it appears to be influencing or attempting to influence the public. So that's part 1. Part 2. Oh, Lord. Okay. I support financial literacy. It's really important. Everybody is very smart or learns to be smarter with their money. And listen, it doesn't matter if you're 5 or 85, you can always learn something new. Every day's a school day. The issue that I have is we got an email, all of us, about these, and you may have seen on social media, about some of these financial literacy courses that are also part of the scope of work in this contract. Now, as somebody else said, that there's another person involved, and I don't know her. And if she is qualified to teach this, I am all for her to teach this. I've asked Ms. Sybil to provide a syllabus, and I've not yet received it, but also I'd like to find out what due diligence did the city perform to ensure that the person that's going to be leading our financial advocacy, our financial literacy program that we are promoting what due diligence was done before we decided to publicly sponsor and promote this series. Mr. Harrison, do you know what was done?
I just know that the financial literacy has been part of the scope for that company
Okay, thank you.
for some time.
Okay. When I looked up on social media, so on social media, the posts that have come out and about are related to a company called Legacy Financial Firm. And when I looked up Legacy Financial Firm as a legal entity in Sunbiz, I couldn't find anything. I'm not sure if it's maybe named something differently. I don't know if is it registered, contracted, vetted, or otherwise documented anywhere in the city or CRA file, and if so, what the name is that this person is representing. Secondarily, I do have some friends of mine in insurance and in financial advocacy and banking and mortgages, and there's very specific rules about what you can and cannot do. And so I'm just curious if the city verified the professional background, work history, qualifications to teach on credit, debt, estate planning, wills, trusts, powers of attorney, and legacy planning before putting the city and CRA name all over the program. Did we do that, Mr. Harrison?
Commissioner Fessick, I don't do every single thing that happens here every day in every department with every 1,000 city employees.
I understand that.
If you want to really get answers to this, you should come into my office and go through this professionally one by one, and I can bring in anybody that we might need to bring in and get answers to your questions.
And I appreciate that, because I did meet with you on Wednesday, February 11th, and I followed it up with a recap email. The email was timed 12:50 p.m. It was related to parking and also this same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I gave you a 4 or 5 page answer on all of that.
Right, and I told you already that about your answer related to parking garage was completely off base. But anyway, this part is the same. This has not been addressed yet, so I just want to make sure we're there. I'm sorry, am I keeping you up?
No, we actually have a rule.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Meetings are over at 11 o'clock.
I'll ask the
I'll close.
public to please be quiet.
So I'll try to continue. So my concern is that when we are running a program through this, and this is course topics here, I want to make sure that we are protecting ourselves as a city, CRA, by making sure we are doing our due diligence. So I would like some oversight on that. Something that was concerning to me was, again, that Mr. King brought up earlier today, was that he was denied. I remember he was denied some stuff of lease with the CRA, and it was cited that his evictions or other personal issues, lawsuits, et cetera, were the basis for him being denied. That was the CRA, and maybe they operate differently, I'm not sure, but a quick search through Broward County will also let you know that the same company, or the person who represents the same company, related to the holding these financial literacy classes, has a history of evictions, quite a colorful one, and another lawsuit based on another company that she's doing business with the city that was related to not paying people. So that's concerning to me, that we did it due diligence on one side, so rules for thee, not for me kind of situation. So it's off kilter. Finally, since it is late, and I obviously know that Commissioner Sigerson would like to go home, I can save the rest for later, but I will say that I have further conversations, and I have further concerns related to, of course I did a public records request. And so I have further concerns related to this same person, this same contract, and the OHUI process of how I've been learning about the process. So I specifically looked at this particular case, and I asked for the process of how the Office of Housing and Urban Improvement moves things forward in their process, what those things are. So I would like to make sure these are also part of this same conversation. So as per the agenda, a cover item page from back in 2022, it has this really great memorandum that tells you a step-by-step. It's the memorandum 22-126, if anybody wants to look it up. And it has a whole one, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a whole number of things. Intake information. Applications will be processed on a first-come, first-served basis. First ready from all applicants meeting program eligibility criteria, subject to funding availability, with priority given to the elderly and disabled homeowners. Applicants not funded will remain on a waiting list and will receive priority in the next funding cycle. So my question is, when was Ms. Peterson's name added to this list, wait list? What date was her application, initial application? And then her house. And what date was she notified in writing by a department director, which is part of number 9. It says applicant is notified in writing by a department director as to the results of eligibility determination. Moving beyond all that, and listen, I'm all for people getting affordable housing. Let me just make sure that's very clear. Very deserving people should be definitely getting housing. I would also like to point out that this particular house closing, and I think I've brought it up before, but this particular house closing, we purchased as a city the land for $100,000. We had a bid out for $327,234 as a cost to build. And so the sale range, you know, using all those things, but the property was sold on July 31st of 2025 for $372,000 as part of this program. So even though I asked for a bunch of information, and I did get some of it, I did get a lot of redacted information, which is totally fine. I think personally, identifying information should be redacted from obviously public records. My question to Mr. Berman is, what is traditionally redacted? Because it felt like there were a lot of black marks on what I received, and I just want to find out what is the traditional method for what is redacted versus what is public.
There are tons of exemptions under the law, but the main are social security numbers, sensitive information, dates of birth, information about family members, etc. So I don't know what was redacted. I didn't review it, but whatever, the clerk's very aware of what needs to be redacted, and that includes all sensitive information or information that can be used to commit financial crimes against somebody and things of that nature.
Of course, like
Count
potentially
numbers,
somebody,
whatever.
potentially somebody who is an applicant not living in the state of Florida. Secondly, the last part, and here we go, this is nice little bow here, is that in the same contract in 2025, one of the witnesses was none other than Peterson's brother, who has been, is a known, has some issues, I guess, let's just say in the community, right? And had some newer issues. Apparently also picked up at that same house. My mind is blown by this sort of like just mishmash of what we have going on here, and that's the reason why I'm asking for clarity. It is not because it's a personal thing, it's because we have a contract for $85,000, then we renew the contract, pretty much the same, for $150,000 the next year. There seems to be no sort of oversight by what's actually being put out there. There's personal attacks, which is, again, I've thought tough skin. You want to come up here and yell at me? Go on, come on, let's go, let's have it. You know, you want to say some stuff, fine. But when you have a contract and you're being paid by the city to promote a project, promote stuff in the city, and in your contract it has specifications of what you can and cannot do, I have a problem with a lot of this. And I would like clarification, and I'm happy to sit down with anybody for as long as it takes to get some real answers. Following that, last thing, thank you, Mr. Berman, for telling me that the contract authority of the city manager is 1 year. Are we sure about that?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. The contract, so the length of the contract for the city under the city manager's authority is a 1-year term, otherwise it has to come back to the city commission.
Per the charter, contracts greater than 1 year should go before the commission for approval.
Correct. Well, I brought up at a CRA meeting, and I've asked for clarification, that in April of last year, despite that our CRA attorney's contract was signed for a 3-year term, and it did not come to city commission, it did not come to the CRA board, at least in 2025, but it did in 2022, 2019, and 2016, all for, and I'm not asking for, we're not doing this today. So I would like a legal determination on that, because it can't be null and void, but obviously I have concerns with how the city manager is running things if basic contracts can't be followed, basic follow-up can't be done, and we can't protect how we are positioning things within the city. Our output, I think it's been said 1,000 times, we have an optics problem. We have an optics problem, and it's not just this vote, it's a lot of things. And I got some big problems, and everybody's been asking me, oh, you've done all this research, what now? I have been asking for legal opinions, left, right, and sideways, here, everywhere. I've asked the city manager for clarification. I've done my own requests, because I'm not trying to do anything, but this stuff, it just looks like a big heap of something, and I'm not sure. This is one example. If this is one example of things we're messing up, as you said, there's thousands of things going on that you can't have oversight on everything, but I question if we are so glaringly looking at least something in here, question how you are managing bigger things. Because a $150,000 contract, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, is nothing. And I don't even fault the girl for trying to make her money. Go get your money, girl. They're going to sign the contract, take it. Take it. Do the work. My problem isn't with her. My problem is with management. I am going to be a grandma probably by the next time I see you guys, so I figured I might as well get that out of the way so I didn't have to think about it when I go hug my grandbaby. And I am going to leave you with one quote. So I am happy, and I want to thank you for listening to my diatribe for a very long time. I'm sorry for the length, but it is important to make sure that that information is conveyed. My quote is from Thomas Paine, and it applies to a lot of things here. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it the superficial appearance of being right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Very good. That takes us to 11 o'clock. At this point in time, we're going to have to adjourn unless somebody wants to make a motion that we extend the meeting to 1 more hour if need be. And it needs to be a supermajority. Is that correct, Mr. Berman? Yes. So does anyone wish to make a motion that we extend the meeting?
I will. I'll make a motion if you guys have something to say. I took up a lot of time, and I want to make sure you have the opportunity to speak.
Commissioner Fessick made a motion to extend the meeting until 12 o'clock, and it was seconded.
We extended a half an hour instead.
It's as much up to an hour. Is it seconded by Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, seconded by Vice Mayor to extend it up to an extra hour. All right. Any questions on the part of the commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No, and I had a really good quote, too.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes. Can I talk about Kester Park Fun Day real quick?
Mayor Harton?
No. All right, then that means we reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here. This meeting is recessed.
Recessed.
Correct?
Recessed.